Hello, everyone. Greetings to you. How's everybody doing? I hope everybody is doing well. Hi, everybody. Happy. Today is what? I think today is Wednesday, to be honest. Oh, Tuesday. Today is Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Happy hump day to everybody. Thank you for joining me. I hope you can hear me clearly. My mic is on mute. So today we're going to talk about the role of Nigeria in this whole. Uh, I wonder what role Nigeria is actually playing. I can't tell you that I'm sure, but I was able to pull up a few videos, not necessarily directly at Nigeria. And I'm just going to put it out there. There's like diverse opinion and thoughts on this Rwanda situation with South Africa and the DRC Congo. I mean, I don't know what the truth is. Everybody has an opinion, but I'm just going to say from the top that I wish African leaders can come together and really work together. To be honest, we don't need the unnecessary fights amongst ourselves. If anything, we should all be thriving to try as much as possible to get along and work together as a people, because we have a lot. We already have people that are fighting us from the outside. We have enemies within. We have enemies all around. We don't need additional problem. Personally, I don't want any fight between Rwanda, Congo, or South Africa. I really don't want to see it. Eh? Africa has been, going through this back and forth for God knows how long. We cannot continue like this. I don't know who has the ears of these leaders. I don't know if they have any way of resolving issues amongst themselves, especially in that area, Central Africa and Rwanda and South Africa. I don't know who is mediating, but I am hoping that these African leaders can really sit down and work out a plan on how they will work together as leaders within the African community. Eh? I don't know. Money is not everything in this life, to be honest. This is just my own thought too. Money is not everything. Some people are speaking for Rwanda, some people are speaking for South Africa, some people are speaking for the Congo. I'm not sure which one. And I'm not on anybody's side here. Me, I'm on the side of, can we get along as Africans? Can we really truly get along as Africans? So I'm going to be playing the videos that I was able to pull up. Let me start from here. Mm, bear with me. As you come in, welcome. Greetings to everybody. Greetings to everyone. Okay, let me see. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Hopefully, this is not going to be a long video. Max, we're going to do only 2 hours, and that's it. Okay. Um, I don't know how to pronounce this man's name. Moshega. If I'm saying it wrong, please, somebody can correct me. It says Moshega SANDF answer questions from members of parliament. So let's go ahead and listen
to what the force commander had said. What the minister indicated is that there had been exchange of fire from between DRC and Rwanda. That exchange of fire was said to have been initiated by the forces that had been in the base, that is at Goma Airport, the FRDC elements. These are not the elements that were deployed outside the base. They were deployed just in the base, but they had never utilized that. And when they utilized that multiple rocket launcher towards Rwanda, The Rwandese responded. And minister is right, because the first report that I've given to the minister is that we're under fire. We're being fired at, because that is when the shells were landing on my base. And then the first thing that the commander said is, say, contact. I said, what is happening? He said, we're getting fired from Rwanda. Later on, after a few minutes, is then that the minister had reported that we then realized that this is just an exchange of fire between the two. It is not purely that we are being targeted by Rwanda at that particular moment. So I just wanted to also spell out that when that was picked up, communication is something that is very, very important in war fighting. Then there was communication that ended up now with those who are firing on the other side to say, hey, you're firing at us. What is wrong? Then we were told, no, we are not firing at you. And then the commander had decided to say, for them to be able to see the parameters of our bases, that this is not FRDC. Then the commander, he could have used pink, he could have used purple, he could have used any color, but with the mist and the nature of what is happening, maybe red could have been far better for that case. But in the fog of war, anything that is in your immediate vicinity that will help to meet the objective. The objective was met by the commander taking that flag. All throughout the history of warfare, white flag had been associated with surrender. But in this case, the explanation of the commander had been satisfactory. And I said, what happened thereafter? He said the fire had ceased to fall onto the positions of my troops. Now, I said, if that is the case, it means you have achieved the objective, even if you
What I want to know, Minister, exactly tell the nation, what is it that our soldiers are protecting there? What is it that our soldiers are protecting? Because now you tell us about the peacekeeping mission and you find soldiers engaging with the enemy. Really, it doesn't give any sense. It doesn't give any sense. When we are peacekeeping, what are real things that you are supposed to do in keeping peace? Are you waiting for war to start and try to engage the enemy as the soldiers? Here we're talking about soldiers of this country who are dying, protecting things. Tell us, tell the nation, tell the world, what is it that it's protected from that DRC at the expense of the poor masses of this country, whereby are being sacrificed to criminals? No one is protecting South Africans. And you always claim that you don't have the budget. You cry about the budget cutting, but you do have money. You do have resources to go and protect and defend other countries instead of peacekeeping. This is not a peacekeeping. Can we think about the lives of these people?
You can wrap
Really,
up,
it's okay. Thank you, Chair. That's my take.
Thank
and
you.
it's worrisome.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, maybe let me start with a controversial question and then work my way up, and the Minister and General and Major General will decide what to answer. There are allegations that family members of President Ramaphosa have significant interests in mining in the Eastern DRC. Can this be confirmed? And how is this impacting government's decision to deploy troops to the DRC?
It's now becoming a norm for the generals of the Defense Force to come and mislead this committee. I still repeat, there are ships and the aircrafts who are unserviceable. When we ask from you, you cry about budget cut. And on the other side, you do have resources, I still repeat. You do have resources that we are spending on the mission, yes, DRC. But today the general says, and the minister, the money, all the resources comes from SADC. The minister, she even said, all those 15 countries that we are counting are the ones who are supporting the mission. This is what you said, Minister. And in those 15 countries, is our country excluded from using resources, the taxpayers' money of this country to go and support something that it's not clear? What is happening in the DRC? Don't think maybe you are dealing with blind people or people who cannot think. We are not dealing with people who cannot think here. That is why I've said from the onset, can you tell the nation and the world, what is it that we are defending there that makes you to take the payers' money, the taxpayers' money? The money that is supposed to be servicing things that are not right, like ships. You always tell us that ships are not working. That is why you are not able to do this and to do that. And you want one of your generals, some of your generals, they once presented to us that there are 2 billion, there's a 2 billion that went to assist the mission of the mission in the DRC. But today, you mislead us. You tell us that no, the money is from SADC, and the money it's from, I don't know where does the money come from exactly, because you are talking about, as the honorable from the left side, from my left-hand side, said, you are busy telling us about 15 countries. What are those countries? And who are those? Really, you're talking about 15 statesmen who took decision. What does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean we must be involved? We must be involved in internal affairs of other countries, going around because we are South Africa, going around and defending all these countries because we have become an African defense force. There's no peace that is being kept there. We are not keeping any peace.
Can you wrap up?
Yes, I'll wrap up. You are not doing any peacekeeping. Tell the world, what is it that you are defending at the expense of these soldiers? Lastly, can you bring back the soldiers? Can our soldiers be removed from the DRC back to the country? Please. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson,
And if Rwanda has got anything to do with this, let's go for them. Because we're not going to have Rwanda dictating to us. And Kagame speaking to Cyril the way he was doing. We know Cyril is weak, but he remains the president of our country. The way he was addressing Cyril, he was addressing us. He can't address us like that. He can't kill our people and not be challenged on that. And SADC agrees. And if Rwanda has got anything to do with this, let's go for them.
That President Paul Kagame does in Rwanda.
Well, yes, as we can see just outside, there's just over 1,000 Congolese nationals who are now here outside the European Union, where the delegation is, of course, in Pretoria, the headquarters in Pretoria, and they have submitted a memorandum, but we just want to get a sense as to what will be the next step forward. Thank you very much, Dr. Thomas Mulala, for speaking to us on ENCA. You've handed over the memorandum right now to some of the representatives here. What are you expecting from the delegation of the European Union here?
We have given them 2 weeks. 2 weeks only. If they don't respond to our 5 demands, we will not be responsible of whatever will happen to the Rwandese embassy. They need to stop what they've been doing for 30 years. We have lost women and children. And because of European Union, that were Rwanda's bullying Africa, bullying my country to steal our mineral resources. Enough is enough. Our memorandum today, we've given the European Union 2 weeks. If we don't get any response within 2 weeks, whatever will happen will not be responsible.
Before we get into that, just again, highlight some of the 5 demands that are in your memorandum.
Our 5 demands, first of all, they need immediately to stop funding the Rwandese army. Secondly, they need to stop supporting Rwanda. and they must not stop the complicity without saying anything. They just condemn without any sanction. We need serious sanction of Rwanda, and they must give Kagame ultimatum. Within 2 weeks, we don't want to see any Rwandese soldiers in our soil. And I'm talking to this, I'm sending this message. Our community, as you can see, the blood is burning. If our memorandum is not responded within 2 weeks, whatever will happen in South Africa, we will not be responsible.
When you say you will not be responsible for what will happen, what does that contain? What are you going to do?
If you can see our people, they are ready to go burn.
Now, wow, we don't need all this fight to, I beg. All these leaders need to get it right. First of all, they need to leave South Africa alone. Me, I don't understand. Really, that country needs to be left alone, to be honest. Too much has happened within that country. Come on. I'm sorry, Congo. Too much has happened in the Congo. They need to leave that country alone. Eh?
There is something that President Paul Kagame does in Rwanda, which I love. Every other time he brings all his senior officers and he tells them, tell us what you are going to do. And after a while, he brings them back, tell us what you did publicly. And if you doubt me, you go to Kigali, Rwanda, see. I went in Kigali before the genocide and after the genocide. You see what has happened. Leadership that is focused, that makes demand. Leadership by example.
Oh, me, I know. Me, I don't know. I can't say I'm a professional in this. I know that the Congo has been in crisis for a long time. That much I know. I'm not here to take sides with anybody. I just want peace in Africa. We don't need this. We do not need this at all. We have too much at stake right now. What we should be doing is trying to get our people together, right? So that we can develop Africa. Let everybody be thriving in their corners.
Thank you so much for making time for us. Good evening.
Good evening, Clement, and to the viewers at home.
What is the status of our soldiers right now? From the information that the SANDF shared with you, there have been all sorts of claims and confusion about whether or not they're captured.
No, our soldiers right now are not captured. They are in camp, and there has been a ceasefire which has been declared starting over the past weekend. And so we have been informed that the soldiers are safe, they are in camp. The priority right now is to repatriate the remains of those who died during conflict last week, to attend to those who are injured, and ensure that the ones that remain in base are provided with all the support in terms of equipment, food, and so on, to lift their morale and ensure they are able successfully to execute their mission.
Was the SANDF able to explain how our soldiers died?
The information we have at the present moment, which they provided us, obviously we have to go with it, is that our soldiers died during a conflict when the Congolese soldiers, without communicating with us, shot fire across our base towards Rwanda. And Rwanda retaliated. In the course of that, we then lost the first 9 soldiers, with the 3 being lost subsequently, and one of those, dying as a result of the wounds he sustained. And that's the information we have. But it helps us a great deal that there has been peace at the present moment, and the leadership of SADC and the East African community are in dialogue to resolve the matter.
Yeah, and that peace.
Missy, you said so many African countries and the Western world are in DRC, mining minerals day and night and flying them out of DRC. The regular folks have faced immense atrocities. It's crazy. African leaders, the greed is what is doing all of this. So If they will just fix their countries, eh?
This war, this fighting that has been going on from its inception was caused by DRC, not by Rwanda. These same people who are fighting, right, for their rights, didn't come from here.
So let me ask this directly, Mr. President. Today, on the 3rd of February, does Rwanda currently have any troops at all in Eastern DRC?
I don't know.
You're the commander-in-chief.
Yeah, there are many things I don't know. But if you want to ask me, is there a problem in Congo that concerns Rwanda and that Rwanda would do anything to protect itself? I'd say 100%.
Does this risk a war in the region?
I don't know. I don't think anybody is interested in war. I even don't think Tshisekedi is interested in war himself. But he has been encouraged in that direction by people showing up to fight for him his wars.
That Rwanda exports coltan, for instance, which does not exist here, is smuggled from DRC.
No, please, I invite you. We'll show you where we mine coltan. But
Does Rwanda export any other minerals that are smuggled from Eastern DRC?
I don't know about that, because that in any case can't be the problem. People who are benefiting from minerals of Congo more than anybody else are South Africa, and these are the Europeans who are making noise about it.
The comparison has been made that you are the Vladimir Putin of Africa, that he attacked Eastern Ukraine, claiming to protect the ethnic minority while having an eye on the minerals there.
I may be called anything. What can I do about it? But I am what I am. I have to be who we are. That's it. And we have to do what we have to do. I have explained enough of that. So that we have to make sure we survive any storm that blows across our country.
President Kagame confirmed to CNN that he will attend the joint meeting of East African and Southern African leaders that's set for this Saturday in Tanzania. But we're already hearing swift and sharp responses from both the DRC and from South Africa. I want to read first for you the response from the spokesperson for the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo, who told CNN that Rwanda's military presence in DRC is documented and that Rwanda walked away from peace talks and its role in illegal mineral exploitation is well established. The DRC quote said, the international community must act accordingly. President Kagame also said that South African troops are also in Eastern DRC to secure the minerals, which the South African government has now responded to. A spokesperson for South Africa's presidency said, South African soldiers are in the DRC as part of the Southern African Development Community mission in the DRC and the UN Organization Stabilization Mission, or MONUSCO, in the Congo. Any other suggestion is, quote, purely disingenuous and devoid of any facts. So this interview will likely lead to a war of words on both sides, as you're already seeing. President Tshisekedi's team, President Ramaphosa's team are not happy about this. President Kagame told me that in his last call with President Ramaphosa, the statement that came out of South Africa was completely different. He felt that President Ramaphosa misrepresented what he said, and he had to set the record straight. So maybe that meeting on Saturday could help unlock this deadlock. But so far, it seems that the positions are still very far apart, and there's quite some daylight between Rwanda and its neighbor in the DRC.
All right, Larry Madowo, live for us there. Thank you so much.
Délégation des M23 à Goma. Tunakufia Goma. Délégation nakia sai. Hapa bote ba M23. Mungu wangu. Wanawapata. Délégation des M23 à Goma.
So what the message is saying is that to increase security in Goma, the M23 deployed additional soldiers. So those are the soldiers that you're seeing there right now. I don't want this for Africa. I'm sorry. I really don't. I don't want this in any part of Africa. And I'm not on any leader's side. I'm sorry, in Africa. I'm not on any of their side at all. Because there's always a shadow behind that's pushing one against the other every time. I respect the president in President Kagame. I respect him as a president. I think we have to be careful as Africans because we've seen in times past where these shadow people just demonize one of our own so that they can take them out, especially when they see there's progress. I'm worried about that, to be honest. As an African, as an individual, I'm worried about it. We have to be careful. I don't know, I'm not claiming to be an expert on this topic. I'm going to repeat myself again. I don't know so much about this. What I do know, however, is that I don't want conflict in Africa. This is not what we need in Africa right now. If only the grown-ups can come together and compromise and discuss these things like human adults, it will make a lot of sense. Because Congo has been in crisis for so long. Back to back. All these subtle threats that these leaders are throwing at each other, it's making me uncomfortable. I don't want to take sides because whether we like it or not, we're all Africans, and this thing has a way of affecting us one way or the other. I don't see anything. I just checked. I have been checking to see what Ecowas has said, put out a statement. Nothing from Ecowas. Nothing. No, there's nobody that, Africans can go to arbitrate amongst themselves. Hey. Anyway. Kene, welcome. Oh, good to have you, my brother. Welcome. You haven't really paid attention to this. To me too, I'm just catching up. I mean, I've been looking at videos and just saving them so I can play them here. Hopefully somebody who really knows what's going on will see this video and come in and really educate us, because it really is, it's a bother for me. It bothers me. I don't like Africans. I don't like us out there fighting. We've been fighting forever. When do we catch a break, for crying out loud? When? Look at China. Look at what they are doing. China is in the future. China is in the future. Every other country is looking for how to develop their country. Only Africa. I don't know who swear for Africa when we say that's also the kind leaders when Africa they get. It's just something else. People that are full of greed and their ego is bigger than everything. Okay, it's true. They are not Ecowas. At least as a fellow African. Even if they are not ECOWAS, at least as fellow, I hear, okay, fine, they are having a meeting on Saturday, according to that CNN journalist, that the East African, I think, version of ECOWAS or so, they're having a meeting. Is it Uganda? He said that beware. Now, they should have the meeting and talk amongst themselves. Please, we don't need any strife in Africa. Biko, East, West, or South. We don't need it. We don't need it, oh. Exactly. African Union should step in. ECOWAS should also ask brother and sister. Now the same continent we did. Send message. West African people come together. Please, our people don't fight. I beg. What are you people fighting over?
For the Chief of the South African National Defence Force, General Mponya, to come to our committee. We've asked many times. He never dignified us with his presence. It had to take 14 of our SANDF soldiers to die for him to come here. We told the Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, the SANDF is collapsing. We cannot carry out an offensive mission in the DRC. Here are my 3 questions. Why are you minister? And why is the president lying to us about the nature of the operation that we have in the DRC? It is not a peacekeeping mission. It is an offensive mission, and it is defined as such by the SADC. Therefore, you knew that our soldiers were going to be shot at, and you knew that you're sending our young men into the DRC to die in the killing fields of the DRC. You did not have the ammunition, you did not have the supplies, you do not have the money to have sent them, but you sent them to die for the mineral wealth that is being looked after, the mines that are being looked after, that belongs to Cyril Ramaphosa, his family, and his friends. On all sides, we have a defense of the mineral wealth rather than for the people of the DRC. That is my first question. My second question, Minister, and the Chief of the South African National Defence Force. When are you going to bring our soldiers back? Are you bringing them back now? And explain to us how you are going to bring them back. And my third question, why do you disrespect us? And why do you disrespect the South African nation with this pitiful little report that contains hardly any information, that doesn't address the issues that needed to be addressed here this afternoon? Stop disrespecting us. And lastly, when are you, Minister? No, I'm just pointing to the Minister. Okay, let me leave my hands down. When are you, Minister? You get threatened easily, Minister. When are you, Minister? And when are you, Chief of the South African National Defence Force, resigning? You should resign today. And when are the rest of your generals who were playing golf at Copperleaf while our soldiers were dying? When are they going to resign? Those are my questions. I expect answers.
There's a point of order. There's a point of order. Point of order, yes.
What is the point? Chair,
one earns respect.
we cannot
one doesn't
allow a
demand
member
respect, Minister.
Honorable,
Your behavior doesn't earn
someone.
respect.
No. Chair, don't allow this.
Honorable members.
Because we're able to point others also.
I don't even know, Kenny. Me, I just, as you know, as you dey see am, na so me sef dey see am. I don't know who the guy be. I don't know who the guy be. Eh?
I was very surprised to find out that they had met at a United Nations dinner that took place at the UN headquarters in 2013. So here they are. This guy over there on the far left is Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple. And this guy over here on the far right is Paul Kagame of Rwanda. So this was at a United Nations event that, ironically, when we see how many millions, I mean, at least 30 million Congolese people's quality of life have suffered because of this guy there. And I guess inadvertently, Tim Cook as well. But the dinner the UN decided to invite both of them to was called the International Quality of Life Awards Dinner. So the United Nations, despite having evidence in United Nations Security Council reports that Paul Kagame has been, or his government have been funding the M23 Rwandan terrorist group for years now, was invited by the United Nations to an International Quality of Life Award Dinner, when UN Security Council experts have written in reports that his government is responsible for the estimated rape of almost 13 million women over the last 13 years. But the same United Nations thought that he deserved to attend a quality of life dinner. Moving on, so it's very doubtful that Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, by 2013, didn't know about these UN Security Council reports, didn't know about how complicit or how direct Paul Kagame's and Rwanda's involvement in the Congo war was and is. they clearly know each other. Tim Cook, who is essentially the highest executive at Apple, personally knows what's going on with Rwanda and Congo, but doesn't put any pressure whatsoever on, or doesn't lobby at all for a clean supply chain, because clearly the supply chain of coltan and tungsten, which are the metals which go into iPhones, iPads, your Macs, your iWatches, and all the other Apple hardware, isn't ethical. You know, millions of women have been raped for Kagame to be able to sell these metals to companies like Apple. And it seems very questionable to me that the UN would invite Paul Kagame to a dinner and that these guys are together in a photo with total impunity.
Hey, Africa. Sorry, you guys, for shouting. I just tire. Welcome, Guy and Walele. Good to have you back here. Thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome. I don't know, African leaders. What do we do as African people? This matter. Hey, God. This guy wearing red, I don't know. Okay, you say Malema is with Malema's party. Okay, EFF. Okay, I played Malema's video on his point on it, his own opinion. East African members are Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, DRC, except for Burundi. The rest have been fighting and loot. Oh, wow. They've been looting. The DRC, how can the same East African community then broke up? Exactly. There should be an independent body that, oh my God. Oh, I have to be positive. We're going to get it right. We just have to find a way to get it right. I don't believe it too. I'm listening to her. I'm like, I don't know. This side, maybe the European side. You understand? Because they pay some of these influencers to come and push narratives. One has to be very careful. That's why I said I'm not on anybody's side. I'm for peace in the region. I'm for peace in Africa as a whole. Let everybody live peacefully. We can have quarrels every now and again, but we have to find a way. We have to have a body that is independent, that can resolve issues. Conflict resolutions is something that we really, really need to. And it has to be people with high integrity that are not susceptible to receiving bribes. People that have conquered greed. That wealth don't mean jack to. Those are the kinds of people that we should be. There's work to be done. There's work to be done. I hope that as Africans, we're not giving up, because in order for us to have in order for us to see what we want or achieve a somewhat united Africa, we need not give up on ourselves. We have to keep going. We don't have a choice. I don't believe I angle myself, my brother. I'm very skeptical now. More history has taught us lessons. These elections in Nigeria have taught us, our eyes have opened. I know they take anybody's side. I don't know. My own be say, you people should find a way to come to the table and talk about these things. Lives are at stake. It is the people on the ground that are suffering. Those are the ones me I'm beating for. People that don't know what's going on, where they keep pushing them and destabilizing them and stripping them of their communities. Those are the ones me I'm concerned about. All these big people with money, they can go somewhere and sit down and drink wine. It's crazy. 13 South African were by in the Kivu region. Okay. M23, okay, region 2023 backed by Kagame. That's why President Ramaphosa sent his army forces to stop and warn Kagame. Okay, so that's why Malema came and said that we should not allow Kagame to talk disrespectfully to Ramaphosa, even though he said, Malema said, even though we know he's weak, even though we know Ramaphosa is weak, but we should not allow that man there. But yeah, okay. But when they take an easy, I beg, there are innocent people on either side. And all these Europeans, when they always take advantage of every conflict for Africa, or more, they need to withdraw. You know, this you said thing when it come out. No, that thing make me happy. This is not the reason why I support the orange man. I'm sorry. This is not the reason that this won't be my target. Because if they fit take away that feeding bottle, when they give African leaders, when they pocket, a lot of things go fall flat. When I see say T-Pain and the people they come out again, all of them don't quiet. I know they hear their noise again like before. I know they hear their noise again. They know they run rough shot with their mouth, can't they write rubbish anymore. They wouldn't be impartial at all. You're right, Misty. A lot of our freedom fighters were labeled exactly. So that's why I'm very careful. You don't have to like Kagame to appreciate what he's doing for his people. Okay? You don't have to. I don't have to. So for me, I'm very careful. Even in presenting these stories, I don't know much about it. I'm not an expert on the subject. But what I stand on is peace in the regions. Peace in Africa. We have been striving for God knows how long. God did not create us to be striving like this. Like nothing you want to tell me. It is the leaders that we allow to take front row in our lives. They are the ones creating our problems for us. And the so-called fake elites that Africa has. There is a genocide happening in the last 30 years. Exactly. It's sad. For a long time, it's been going on. We can't continue like this. This is where I'm stitching my own capo, as in, no, let peace reign, guys. Let peace. You see why it's very important to have balance in leadership? I tell you, see as that woman for South Africa, they talk. That is why it's important to have women that have sense. So I'm not saying the ones that are just as corrupt. I'm talking women who know the value of life, who appreciate, who are nurturers, who want the stability of life. Those are the people that we need. We have too many testosterone running Africa. And the ones that are corrupt the most, that's the problem we have. Only 3 countries of 14 forming SADC, equivalent of Ecowas, reacted to intervene. Can you imagine? Difficult when they are. Yeah, that's what Misty just shared with us. It's sad though. Western countries are behind. Yeah, they are behind it. So they're going to be, watch out, guys. They're going to be pushing out influencers. Those ones, they'll be taking side of, this one, I happened to be on a space. Well, yesterday, I found a space where they were talking about this whole Rwanda conflict, Congo, Rwanda, and all of that. Of course, there were people from every side that was talking. So there was a lady that came to talk, and she was talking about how, the Berlin Conference divided up Africa. A lot of people that are supposed to be in a particular region, they divide them in the middle, and those people fall into other regions and stuff like that. One of the hosts on that space was, kind of trying to shut her down. She now said, we cannot talk about it without, because that's the problem. That's what's causing the problem. And you have all these Europeans that are coming and are taking the resources from the land. Can they all go? First of all, let them all leave. This you said thing that was exposed, I mean, you can dislike the orange man all you want to, but you see that feeding bottle, the African leaders will come, they will go. Look at T-Pain. T-Pain will be going, International Bambiala, going. You feed an African child one egg. You give a child one egg, the child is suffering. Now that one, they say they collect money for their hand. In a country that is stinkingly rich with resources and agriculture, you go all over the world painting that country as a poor country so that you can continue to loot. It's important to analyze the history of DRC and Rwanda before and during the genocide, the Hutu and the Tutsi history, and how the Hutu fled into the DRC during the genocide to seek refuge. Yes, that is. I heard that. What was it? I think I heard that. I saw that video somewhere. I think I heard it in the space when the lady that was talking in that space, she shared a little bit of that history. She was like, during the war, she talked before the war, after the war, and another guy also came and talked about it as well. Yeah. Man. Okay, let me play this video by Professor Lumumba. Let's see what he has to say. It's raining cats and dogs here. The rain no be here. The wind and everything.
We must be very clear that the Banyamulenge are not Rwandese. The Banyamulenge or the Tutsi who are to be found or who are found in Kivu are Congolese. Because the colonialist border put them in DRC, Congo, and some in Tutsi does not make them Rwandese. So the M23 was created deliberately for the purpose of protecting the interests of the Tutsis who are Congolese citizens. However, it must be understood that there have been accusations and counter-accusations, with the administration in Kinshasa saying that the Rwanda administration is aiding the M23. Rwanda on her part has said that because the war spills over into Rwanda occasionally, they are always on a defensive and sometimes in an offensive mode. And you will remember that when Felix Tshisekedi took over power, there was a time indeed when he visited Kigali and gave the Rwandese the right to move into the territory of Congo to deal with other rebel groups which were a threat to Rwanda, in the same way that he also did to the Ugandans. The fallout now is that diplomatically there is now a problem between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the accusations are that the Rwandese administration is using M23 to destabilize DRC and also to take resources. But I believe that if we are to look at the issue in an objective manner, this is not the time to apportion blame. This is the time to ask ourselves, how can we stabilize that area? And that will require, among other things, that all the combatants are called to a round table. The argument, for example, that comes from the Kinshasa administration that they cannot have a face-to-face meeting with M23 is without merit.
Now, wow. Now, wow. That's what they need to come to the table and really discuss. They need to find a way to resolve this amicably. Not everything is not always gra 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 gra. They really need to. Eh? It cannot continue. First of all, they should get everybody that's been taking minerals. They should first of all halt all of that. Stop it. Let everybody stop. Everybody go to their houses first of all. Aye. Eh? Look at the white mercenaries that were on ground. Did you guys see that the pictures of those mercenaries? They were being deported from the Congo through Rwanda. Can you imagine? Eh? They lined them up and I'm like, what are these people doing in Omo? We gotta get it right in Africa. Oh, this is not at all. It's not just good at all. We don't feel continue. We don't feel continue like this. So it's not normal. Eh? See now, look at Shona picture. Look at them. See the mercenaries. See all of them. Mercenaries when they send come to come fight on top of mineral. When not be their papa own. See them. We can't continue like this, to be honest. I don't know. They pain me because as Africans, we gotta get it right. We just have to. We just have to. They don't. They've dealt so. They have destroyed so many communities and lives in Africa. On top of greed. Eh?
Ce que vous avez entendu, ce qui se passe à l'est du Congo.
Sorry, I said that they speak English. When I said that they subtitle one for French, sorry, more than no vessel. Okay, we have a summary here, but our very own parallel facts. Let me bring it.
So some of you have asked me to talk about the conflict going on in Congo. And this is one of those difficult stories to tell because no matter how you tell it, someone will disagree. But one thing is certain, this story did not start today. Congo is rich in gold, diamonds, coltan, and cobalt. Yet the people have hardly benefited from this. The people have also become victims of one conflict or another. For instance, a couple of African stories ago, I shared a first-hand account of the 1994 genocide against the Rwandan Tutsis. After 800,000 Tutsis and moderate Hutus were slaughtered in 100 days, those who carried out the killings, the Interahamwe militias, the Hutu extremists, fled across the border into eastern Congo, hiding among millions of Rwandan refugees. To Rwanda, these were war criminals who had escaped justice. To the Congolese, they were a mix of innocent refugees and dangerous remnants of a genocidal regime. And so began a never-ending war. Between 1996 and 1997 was the first Congo War, when Rwanda and Uganda invaded Congo, their reason being that they were chasing down these genocidal militias. They overthrew Mobutu Sese Seko, the longtime dictator, and replaced him with Laurent Kabila. But Kabila turned against Rwanda and Uganda, and soon another war started again, the Second Congo War between 1998 and 2003, which was actually the deadliest conflict in modern African history. It involved 9 countries and more than 5 million people were killed. Some people have even referred to it as Africa's World War. And even when the war officially ended in 2003, the killing never truly stopped. Armed groups, militias, proxy forces kept fighting in Eastern Congo, looting its minerals while civilians paid the price. One of the most infamous of these groups is M23. They call themselves the March 23 Movement, or M23, and they got this name after a failed peace deal which was signed on March 23, 2009 between the Congolese government and rebels from a previous war. M23 is made up mostly of Tutsi fighters who claim they're fighting because the DRC government has failed to protect Tutsi communities in Eastern Congo. But Congo does not see them as freedom fighters. The government calls them terrorists and criminals backed by Rwanda to destabilize Congo and control its resources. The United Nations, human rights groups, and even leaked intelligence reports have accused Paul Kagame's government of directly supporting M23. They've accused him of arming them, training them, and using them as a tool to control Eastern Congo. Rwanda has denied this, calling it Western propaganda. This latest chapter of war began in 2022 when M23 resurfaced, launching deadly attacks and capturing towns in Eastern Congo. The DRC government accused Rwanda of being the real force behind the rebellion. Now, in January 2025, the war reached a boiling point. M23 has captured Goma, which is a major city in eastern DRC, and this has raised fears of a full-scale war. The Congolese army is fighting back, but many accuse the government of being too weak, being too divided, or being too corrupt to even win that war. Over 6 million people have been displaced. At least 900 bodies have been recovered in the streets and thousands injured. And now even South Africa has stepped in. President Cyril Ramaphosa called for peace and respect for Congo's borders, and he condemned foreign interference. But Rwanda's President Paul Kagame did not take this lightly. He accused South Africa of spreading lies, and when asked in a recent interview whether Rwandan troops were present in the DRC, Kagame responded that he did not know, but that if there is a problem in Congo that concerns Rwanda, Rwanda would do anything to protect itself. So this is no longer just about Congo. It's about regional power. It's about foreign alliances. It's about Africa's leadership. And sadly, the killing continues. So there are questions. Who is really behind this? Is this a war between DRC and Rwanda, or a struggle for control of Congo's minerals? Is Kagame protecting Rwanda, or is he an aggressor fueling chaos in Eastern Congo? Well, the answers depend on who you ask. But what cannot be denied is that Congo continues to bleed, and those who suffer most are its people. How many more years will Congo be a battlefield? And when will Africa finally say enough? Please let me hear your thoughts in the comments below. For more, turn on post notifications now and follow at the Gloria Ayo on all social media platforms.
My God, she said, I mean, that was really brief. Thank you so much, Gloria Ayo, for that brief history. Stay humble. Welcome. Well, greetings to you. Happy Tuesday. Thanks for stopping by. Please share with us. Let us,
Thank you very much.
get educated on this subject, because I just care about peace. That's all I care about. And I'm careful about throwing any African leader under the bus, because we already have too many enemies outside. So yeah, thank you. Welcome.
Okay, yeah, I'm really happy to join once again. I think I joined this forum once in the past. I can't remember. Yeah, but it's
Okay.
a good one, and you're doing
Welcome.
a nice job. And
Thank you.
yeah, I think the last time I saw you was on Dr. Damage's forum, where you said that women were not given the opportunity to participate in conversations.
Yes.
I didn't really agree with, to be honest, because I've had conversations with a number of like young ladies regarding issues, issues happening in Nigeria, Africa, across the globe, and you find out that less than 10%, ladies be interested in these issues. So yeah, it's not the fault of the men that the
Okay.
ladies join in. It's just them not being interested in these conversations. And it's really a Nigerian thing, because I think there is greater participation in places like Southern Africa, greater female participation, and then, better knowledge of the polity and things.
East Africa too. I dare say Kenya. Kenya
Yeah,
has
the Kenyan
very
people are really,
impressive.
really
Yes. I actually I love to watch the Kenyan parliament when they're debating. There's a lady that's my favorite in that parliament. She doesn't care. I can't remember her name now. She's feisty. Oh my God. I can't remember her name. I don't know how to pronounce the name, so let me not butcher it. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, so it appears that especially the young people are so distanced from engagement in issues concerning what's going on. The participation, among the ladies is quite disappointing, I would say. And unfortunately, you have a large number of people, ladies on social media, places like TikTok, and then they will just choose to do the unimportant things or the less important things rather than really, engage, learn.
But do you think it's
what
as a
more.
result of the type of education that we have in Nigeria that doesn't really encourage politics, civic subjects to be taught? Because, for instance, the reason why I say this, right, is because growing up, I didn't know that I would be this political in my views. I didn't know that I didn't even know I had it in me. Let me put it that way, right? Because the way the education was done, first of all, they discourage you from participating in politics. But of course, I did participate during the riot, like, when we had situations during Abiola's, when they annulled the election, and when the students had this very, very strong SUG president at one time in my school, and we were pushing for some type of, I can't remember what it was, and we're involved in it and all of that. But really and truly, I think it's the way that we're taught and the way they, a lot of people tend to view politics in Nigeria. I think that's really why. Because I actually got very heavily involved in 2022. Peter Obi. Peter Obi is the one who actually put that in kind of. There was watching that man and hearing him and listening to Brekete family is what really got me to understand that this politics that we have abandoned is what is causing our major problem, because politics is life. Politics literally determines whether you live or you on a life. That's how powerful politics is. And unfortunately, because of the type of education we get in Nigeria, it doesn't really encourage people to have conversations. And for instance, you can't really engage the way you want to. First and foremost, as a woman in Nigeria, there are certain places you are and they don't expect you to be heard. You're only seen. Let's not pretend about that. That's that. And then also the family makeup as well. You have families where the women are not really given that much, power to have opinions about certain issues, right? So it goes on and on. So there's a systemic problem that has to do with that. It's now up to each individual to start saying, you know what, I need to unlearn this and recognize that, look, this is something that if I do not add my own 2 cents, I don't add my own opinion and fight for what's right, it's going to affect me. It really takes people to get to that point, which in my case was only in 2022. I remember briefly in 2015, I had a classmate who was carrying Buhari on his head. And I sent a message to him and I said, how can you be supporting a man like this? The man doesn't have anything. By just seeing Buhari, physically and hearing him, I'm like, why would people be supporting this man? I didn't really engage like that until 2022. So anyway, I digress. Sorry, I took your time. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, so I agree with you that that Peter Obi's coming really aroused interest in politics among our young people. I think including the women as well. And the curriculum we operate in Nigeria, the education system, it's way anachronistic. It needs an overhaul, I would say, because it contributes largely to this ignorance, I would say, about things. I don't totally agree about the family system and the culture, because across board there is no clear incentive for political participation and engagement, robust, transparent political engagement, really, not all these smash and grab system that we operate here. Yeah, so I think across genders, there's not really, just that some people took interest in it. And the age that we are in now, the computer age, has given us every instrument that we need, really, to learn and to engage and to be really productive, because that's the only way through which we can upset the current paradigm. Otherwise, the status quo will continue, really. Regarding what's happening in East Africa, I don't think it's even different from what's happening in northern Nigeria and in some other parts of Nigeria. It's the same problem. It's the same disease. These guys came to Africa and destroyed the ancestral boundaries, destroyed the original boundaries that we have, and just created artificial boundaries, artificial countries. I have a Kenyan colleague who is very knowledgeable about politics, and we do have conversations sometimes about the politics of Kenya and the politics of Nigeria, because we we have similar burdens. We share similar challenges, really. So it's basically the same thing. There are tribes in Kenya, whose brothers are in, let's say, Somalia, Eritrea, what have you. They just scattered. They destroyed the natural boundaries. So the same thing that happened in Nigeria, where you have some Yoruba speaking tribes in Benin Republic, being part of Benin Republic. You have some people in Adamawa state of Nigeria, and then Adamawa region of Cameroon, the same people, basically. So those are some of the problems. And, the scramble for Africa has just entered another phase. Donald Trump seems to, be destroying the old order, but I see it as he's trying to renegotiate a new order, because the new tariff imposed on Mexico has been suspended. The tariff imposed on, I think, Canada as well has been suspended.
For 90 days.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at Trump with one lens, at the moment. Because it seems he wants to renegotiate new deals for the United States, better deals that have been existing. And I think the neocolonialism still continues. He has issued warning to South Africa regarding the new land reformation. Is it land reformation law or something? Where
land reform law. Yeah.
The government wants to repossess or reannex, some, lands that supposedly the whites took from the natives and redistribute. But some of these policies, I have my reservations, really, because most of these governments are not transparent. There's endemic corruption. So if they would repossess these lands and then use the lands for public good, fine, good and fine. But it's really controversial, because things that happened centuries back, you trying to get back the land, there'll be a fight back, really.
Yeah, but I mean, don't you think it's fair? Don't you think it's unfair that a small percentage of that country, majority European heritage, have, I would say, if someone can correct me if I'm wrong, 80% of the land, while the original owners only own 20%. Don't you think that's unfair? And it's not their original land. Imagine, having, and remember, these people fought over centuries to get to where they are. There has to be some, renegotiation there with regards to how this land should be given back to the original owners. They took it by force. So I mean, I don't know. I'm not South African, but I'll feel a type of way. I mean, somebody coming to my own land that's my my ancestors gave to me, and then you wrestle it and take it away, knock on wood, that won't happen, but take it away, and then yes, I'm impoverished. There's no way out for me. I'm living hand to mouth. Come on. Don't you think that's unfair?
Well,
I don't know.
Some people might argue that there is issue of fairness, and probably to a larger extent injustice, unfairness.
Yeah, and how is it America's problem anyway? That's true. Thank you very much, Misty. How is it an issue for America at this point? Which I agree with, because I don't agree with, DT coming out. I supported DT, but I don't agree with him on that. How does that concern him? Does he even have the historical knowledge of what happened? You understand? Because I mean, it's kind of, it's almost like you're already taking sides without even knowing the history behind it. No, we shouldn't do it because it's not fair. God forbid, the way Nigeria is going, if we are not careful, if we don't do what we need to do, right? All these things that we're looking happening all over Africa might just become, God forbid, the lot of everybody in another. And do we really want that? Is that what
Well,
we really want? Because even
in
outside, I'll just land with this and then I'll yield for you, right? Even outside of the country, we're not even free. We're not free. So where will we be free? Are we just going to just fold our hand and just be looking, and then making excuses for some people? No. What is wrong is wrong. I don't think that America has any business with South Africa. What's going on is that's a sovereign nation. The people that were there, that their ancestors came there, right? Since what's his name, Mandela allowed them to continue to cohabit, they should remind them, hey, come, this land not been our own before. We need to find a way to make sure that this thing is equal. 80%, these people are looking for a job. They know they see, they know they give them. They will give other people from different African countries jobs over them, just to spite them. Ha! If that kind of happen for Nigeria, so already see the way Nigeria be. See all the drama when they go happen. Then in your own land, you can't even, you don't have access to land as you should. And somebody wants to employ you, they would rather employ somebody who looks just like you, who is also your brother, but from a different country over you. How will you feel? I beg you.
Well,
God,
the thing in South Africa is complex. It's multi-systemic as well, because the whites, still control the vast majority of the sectors in South Africa, including the military, including economy and everything. And I think it's high time the South Africans as well, manned up and became alive to their responsibilities as well, because sometimes you find out they're quite indolent. Sometimes they're quite mentally laid back, because if you have some of the ethnic groups you have in Nigeria, sorry to say this, if you had some of the ethnic groups you had in Nigeria, in southern Nigeria, especially in South Africa, by now the whites in South Africa probably wouldn't be exerting this degree of influence. You are doing it. So sometimes they're quite laid back, and then they allow the whites to convince them with some of these sentiments and some of these primitive sentiments of Nigerians being their problems, Zimbabweans being their problems. So you find out that these people will incite some of these sentiments and then sit back. Then the blacks in South Africa will rise up and start killing the other Africans that are in Kenya. In South Africa. You might have some people doing some illegitimate business in South Africa, but most of them are doing legitimate business. So, why the uprising, against fellow Africans? So that's where it starts. So because if there's no unity, if you don't love your own, how would you fight the whites there? So these are some of the issues.
Yeah, but can I also say something there? How can you love your own when you have been subdued and suppressed and beaten for decades? You don't even love yourself. Remember, South Africans have not really recovered from the effects of the genocide and the subjugation that they've been through. I'm not taking sides with South Africans. I mean, the people that they've been unaliving have happened to be Nigerians, and it makes me sad, right? And I've spoken out against it here, but I'm looking at it like these people have been subjugated for such a long time. They don't even love themselves. So when somebody else, I sometimes, right, gotta learn to take a step back, even though we disagree. I think we need to learn to take a step back and try to wear other people's shoes. These people have been subjugated, lands taken from them. They don't even have access to the resources and all of that. They have to scramble for the small that they have, right? And even that small, only maybe like 2 or 3 of the people within that group has all the wealth. Okay. Now, you now have other Africans that are coming in, right? Taking advantage of, the opportunities that are there. Because when the people have been beaten to the ground so much, it's almost like inside they become hopeless people. They're internally like defeated. So it's going to take a long time to get out of that. And on top of that, don't forget, they've messed with their psyche so much, right? So somebody else comes from outside and the jobs are there. They don't give it to them because they relegate them and say, you people are lazy, you are lazy, you are lazy. They give it to the other person. You are lazy, you are lazy, you are lazy. You keep hearing that over and over again. It builds resentment, right? So my point of saying this is, as a people, right, we have to learn to, with a little bit of empathy sometimes. Not that I agree with what South Africa is doing, but we need to have a little bit of empathy for their struggle. It's not, I don't think it's even here in America, where, you hear like different stories. People will say, oh, African Americans are this, they're that, but they're this, they're that. But you forget the history that is behind all of that, why they are the way they are, the struggle that they came from is similar to what happened in South Africa.
So so the thing is that you asked me what stake the United States have in South Africa. Very huge, very huge, because the whites still control a large swath of the sectors in South Africa and a large swath of the land in South Africa. So South Africa is their Europe in Africa. It's where they come to chill, really. And they are professionals, have jobs in South Africa. If you go to Nigeria, for example, today as we speak, in places like Kano, in places like Zaria, you will see a lot of Europeans, you see a lot of European doctors, you see a lot of European professionals as well, and they have jobs in Nigeria, in northern Nigeria, and they influence the politics, and they are paid in foreign currency, and those jobs are not available to Nigerians. So the same thing happens in South Africa as well. If they are Europe in Africa, they come to South Africa and they have the infrastructure they have in Europe or the infrastructure they have in America with other extra things attached to them, like access to servants, access to some things that they wouldn't be able to afford in Europe, in the United States, in Canada as well. So the stake is high, the resources as well. And still remember there is still lot of mined mineral resources. Yeah, there are still some resources that have not been exploited as well. They know these things. So there is very high stake for the United States in South Africa. They are very, very much interested in South Africa. The South Africans themselves are not bad, I would say. The South Africans, that I know they're quite nice, but again, indoctrination. You might be asking, why are they always misled? Why are they always led by the nose by all this propaganda? And then overnight, people will just wake up and start killing their fellow Africans. Indoctrination over the years, because these Europeans are quite organized. They learned a lot. The British, for example, learned a lot from their struggles in America, the Civil War in America, their colonization of India, and they used those tactics as well to colonize Africa. So they're quite organized. So over the years, over the decades, over the centuries, all this education, all this indoctrination. Take Nigeria's education, for example. Our education, our curriculum is totally flawed. And curriculum, it just teaches you to be a zombie. So still operating the archaic British formula, while the British themselves have moved ahead, moved away from those systems a long time ago. So these are some of the issues, the indoctrination. When I was growing up in Nigeria, for example, when I was a kid, it was a taboo to speak Igbo. It was a taboo to speak Igbo. It's like if you spoke Igbo, as an Igbo person, even in Igbo land, you would be even fined. This is indoctrination. This sentiment that people grew over the years, even before the war, that look, this is this is that. And, when you go to the media, you see what's happening. For example, I'll just give you a practical example. If you type something like obedient on Google, you will see how the main media represents it. They will say, Labour Party's obedient movement. They know that obedient movement is not an arm of Labour Party, but this is the tactics, this is the propaganda. So these are things that people, have been trained with, educated with over the years. So yes, gradually the table is turning, but a lot of work needs to be done. A lot of re-education, like you are doing tonight. Kudos to you. A lot of re-education still needs to be done. To extricate our people from that mental slavery.
Thank you very much, Stay Humble. I really appreciate your insights into this conversations. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, a lot of unlearning and relearning, a lot of old ways, right? So I completely agree with you on that. Ify, welcome. Greetings to you. Looking good, looking sharp. Your face is shining.
Just got back. How are you, my sister?
I'm fine. Oh, welcome. Good to see you again. Thank you for stopping by.
I didn't know you came out on time today. I didn't know.
Yeah, I did. I was going to come out earlier actually, but I got it's been raining heavily today. Oh my God. Since it's been raining for days now, actually.
And
So
it's been sunning here. Sunning is sunning us.
oh my God, it's heavy, like heavy right now. Outside. I'm looking outside now. It's very heavy fog and heavy rain. It's not even funny. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome, my sister.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I just thought that you were
yeah, we're talking about the role of I was wondering what role Nigeria currently is playing in the South Africa and Rwanda Congo crisis, right? So clearly Nigeria is not playing anything. So because ECOWAS is already dead on arrival. That one we don't get
in my language, they say when your house is on fire, you're looking for a right. I mean, come on now. First of all, I have to fix your country before. Come on, come on.
If you fix that's the question.
I mean, come on, what in they call them? Boko Haram.
Go ahead.
Come on, Boko Haram. We cannot even fight them. You are going to fight a war or trying to mediate for other countries. Come on now. Nigeria, I mean, there is nothing we don't have anything to offer anybody. Let's be honest. We don't have anything to offer anybody. What do we have to offer? Even though Tinubu is the so-called chairman of the Ecowas, what does he have to offer any African country? Nothing. So let us stop. Deceiving ourselves. It's so unfortunate that we Africans, we can't even love each other. We're talking about xenophobia, the one that happened in South Africa. If you look around, South Africans, they don't travel much. I've only met one friend here that is from South Africa. There is not a lot of them here. They're not like Nigerians. We travel, we escape, So, I mean, sometimes I just feel like when we are being treated badly or victimized, or, I just feel like let's go back to our country and fix it. On the other hand, you ask yourself, who are you even going to fight in our country? Is it the thieves that are currently there? Yeah? Let me backtrack. There was something the president of South Africa said about Trump. And let me tell you, I clapped for him. Our president cannot say that, because if he says that, they will release his record. So he will always keep quiet. Anything concerning America now, Tinubu will not talk about it, because if he said him, Donald Trump will release his record. So whatever America says, he will say, yes, sir, I will do it. Anything contrary, they will release his record. So, I mean, I don't even know where we are. Sometimes I wonder whether we are floating, because we don't belong anywhere. Where do we belong? Nowhere. We don't belong anywhere. No country in this world, I will tell you that now, respects Nigeria. We don't have anybody. And also, we don't have anything to offer other countries. What do we have to offer anybody? Just tell me. Tell me one thing Nigeria can offer, even Chad, even Niger, even, Benin. Tell me what we can offer them, not to talk of other African countries. I mean, with this man being in power, I mean, they've seen us finish. Every country in this world, they have seen Nigeria finish, because they knew how our president got into power. Everybody, they all know. So what did Misty say? Giant of giant of which Africa? How can you say giant of Africa? You don't have electricity. What made you guys giant? Just because of your population? That's it. That is not how you refer country as a giant. You have to have something you are producing. They will see you, know that this is it. We don't have anything. We don't have anything to show. Tell me what we have to show. If somebody goes to Olympic and win one medal, we'll be all clapping and rejoicing and supporting the person. Americans here, if they don't win all the medals, or China, they will be mad. And Nigerians, we don't have a country. I know yesterday, Omo, you were talking about what can we do in 2020? What are we gonna do in 2027? Me, I'm asking self. Are we talking about political party? What does political party got to do with that? That's not even the problem. The problem is that we have adjusted to our suffering, and we will continue to suffer. Unfortunately, that's what it is. So everybody's escaping and leaving. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, nobody was talking about coming to live. Just very few people. Now, if you open that border, if you open that Murtala Mohammed Airport or Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport, nobody will remain in Nigeria. Everybody will leave. So imagine how it is today. Who knows what the next 4 years will look like? So I was listening to, when I was at work, I was listening to, what's his name? Niger, this thing, the Niger Watch. And, he was encouraging people to come and invest in Nigeria, houses. And I say, I was like, which country? How can you invest in Nigeria? A lot of people think that building a house and renting it out, renting property is an investment. And how? Even if you build that in Lagos, even if you build that in Abuja, it's still not an investment. Check how old you are now. Are you I wonder when you're going to recover the money. Is it in the next 30 years with the type of economy that we have now? I mean, I don't even know. I know a lot of us want to go home, but where? What are you going to? Where? The corruption has eaten everybody. When I mean eating, let me tell you, I went home and I went to see a dentist. There is something they call bridging the teeth. So I wanted to bridge my teeth. And, I didn't say anything, all because the heat in Nigeria, let me tell you something. If that heat catches you, you see as, will I call you yellow now, yellow purple? In fact, by the time you come back, you will be like this. Even as dark as I am, I came back, everybody was like, oh my God, why are you even darker? Hey, if you are so dark. But anyway, back to this thing. I cleaned my teeth, and there is something they call bridging of the teeth. I found out that what she collected from me was different from what she collected from other people that came to clean their teeth. Why? Just because maybe she knows what I'm talking about. Okay, she doesn't live in this country. Mind you, I did not say anything. The only thing I had was slippers, tank top, and leggings. That's it. And my brother came. But I asked her questions, and she knew that I know what I'm talking about. She told me in order for me to do the bridging, guess what? that I need to pay after calculating everything is about 3-point-something million to do bridging, just because I am from here. And I say, how long is it going to take? He said, oh, it's going to take 2 weeks. However, you will come and do the temporal. I will pay for temporal. Then I'll come back in 2 weeks and they will do the permanent one. I say, sure. So by the time I finish, it will be about 5-point-something million. How many people can afford that in Nigeria? Me too. I couldn't even afford it. I cannot. I had to leave. So the corruption has eaten everybody. Anywhere people will get in, anything they can do to rip you off, they will. So the problem we have in Nigeria is not only the government. The problem we have mainly, as I see, is even the masses. I don't even know if I mention now police, you know how the police will stop you. You don't even, I don't say you don't have money, they have change. They will give you change. At the checkpoint, they stop you, you tell them, I know, they tell you bring change. I say, my brother say, I don't say anything, I beg, leave us alone. This is how we survive in this country. I say, You say, please don't say anything, just keep quiet. Oga, give me change, I beg, make I dey go. I was shocked. That is how low our police officers, how low they have stood to collect money. So, I mean, I don't even, honestly, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Everybody in that country is corrupt. I don't know anybody that I would say that is not corrupt. Everybody wants to rip everybody off. Anything you can do just to collect your own portion, collect your own. I saw one of my my grandfather's wives, and I went to visit her. I said, Mama, you don't have no light. She said, if my daughter, we haven't had light in 3 years. I said, 3 years? Mama, why? She said, every time they will be bringing us bills, 15,000, 20,000. The last one was 400,000. And she said, we don't even have fridge. So I wonder how they are calculating this thing and be bringing the bills for us. She said, I cannot afford it, so we don't have light. We have never had light here in 3 years. Can you imagine? She doesn't have no fridge. So every day they are cooking. They cook, they eat. There is nothing like cold water. What kind of enjoyment is that? What kind of life is that? No, I'm being honest. I felt so sorry for her. And then this is the same person you will tell to, if you don't send her money to go to hospital, she will not go to hospital because she doesn't have money. So everybody's collectively taking care of her. Somebody, Kenna is saying estimated billing. What is estimated billing? What is estimated billing? It's just, my sister, I don't know, honestly. I don't know if there is something my sister will always say, that country, there is nothing like mercantilism, meaning that country cannot be fixed. Forget it. Forget it. If you have solution, bring it. Because I don't know what we can do to fix this country. You're talking about uniting together. Who is going to unite? Is it when Showore will continue to call Obi's name? How can we unite?
Showore is not the only one that can. Everybody doesn't need to unite. We just have to have a consequential number of people to unite, and we'll get it back. I personally, I don't want to. I have decided I'm not going to be re-echoing the issues that we have. The issues are there for everybody to see. I stand on the fact that we must look within ourselves and find a way to get Nigeria to at least a working stage. How we get there, I don't know. So that's why we're having these conversations. So we have to look within ourselves. It's not a hopeless situation at all. I refuse to give up because that is the only land, ancestral land, that was left for us. Who else is going to come and do it? Who else? Nobody else. Nobody outside cares for us. Is it not obvious to everybody? Is it not obvious to the entire Nigerians right now? In fact, Africa as a whole, that nobody cares but us. So if we keep saying, how long are we going to keep running away and hiding in other people's countries? Is it when they now say, okay, you know what? If you are not born here, if you do not belong here, if your family came by slave trade or however way, we don't want to see you. We give you 20. Is that what we want to wait for? So for me, I know that the situation of Nigeria is such that, you look at it and you get overwhelmed. You experience it and you're shaking your head and you're like, God, I can't deal. But who else is going to fix it if not us? Peter Obi is doing his own. People keep jumping on Peter Obi. The truth is, the man has not come out and told you people he wants to run for election. He has not come out to say that. He is just playing his part in the midst of the mess that we have in Nigeria. This man is going from corner to corner. Even if he help with schools, money, he add. As what they call them, SDP camp, which camp now? They go there. Where all these people they destabilize, sent, come on for their homes. He go there. He go talk to them. He go give them joy. He come up for there. He go enter. If they enter enemy territory, they come out like saying, this thing on each market. They go. Now we, the citizens, now need to do our part. We don't need to be BFFs. We don't have to be best friends for us to get a working community. We just need a critical mass of people to say, okay, we are ready to take this back. That is all we need. Showore or not Showore, let Showore be Showore in his own. He's not the only one there. Let him continue to deny and castigate and say whatever. Everybody's eyes can see. Peter Obi is already doing his own thing, which all of us, we get role to play. Which one we go they do? So if anybody, since they say you don't know what to do, everybody need to go her sleep. Say, okay, what can we do? What really can I do in my own small way? That's what we need to be doing, no? Because me, I don't decide. Say I know, because there's no point. If we say we come here and we say, oh, the problem for Nigeria now, nothing. How long are we going to continue to say that? We've been saying it. It's time for us to put action behind it. That's just the truth. If it is to use our mouth to call for the unity of everyone as much as we can, let's do it. Who want here, go here. Who don't want here, you are can't. This thing is not by force. It's not
Can
by
I
force.
weigh in on?
But can
Go
I
ahead.
say something?
Yeah.
Bro, hold on. Can I say something? In all this bad experience I had back home, I still had fun. When I got home, it feels so good being at home. Despite the fact of everything that is going on in that country. So, I mean, it just you look at people suffering and somebody's suffering. You give somebody money and they will be rolling on the floor for you. And I'm like, are you kidding me? And somebody will pray for you. I said, with this tanchara small money. And they will pray and be grateful. And, in fact, I went home and I lodged in a hotel and I saw one of the, I don't know if I've said it here, one of the housekeepers. And, we were having she actually called me today. We were having a conversation. From that conversation, she said she had 5 children and she's a widow. So, and I'm like, how much do they pay you here? She was laughing. She's the supervisor. Long story short, she said they're paying her 80,000. I said a month. She said yes. I said with 5 children. She said yes. We got into that. And I said, send me your account number. So she was there. I transferred 40,000 for her. Hey, Jesus of Nazareth. There is nothing that this woman did not say. There is nothing that did not come out of her mouth. And, she made me cry. Because I calculated it. I said, how much is this in dollar? That somebody will be thanking. She said, you don't know. It's like you know what I'm passing through. I say on top of 40,000 naira. On top of 40,000. She called me today. So people are going through a lot. Every penny counts for them. And that's why when people collect 5,000 naira, 10,000 naira during election, and now I see why. I see why people will sell their vote for 5,000 naira and 10,000 naira, because things are hard. Go ahead, bro.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you made some very crucial points, I would say, regarding the rottenness, which is now embedded. It's now part of it. It's difficult to actually extricate it from the main bread. And then you said something about you not being sure whether Peter B were wrong. Please, you should run, because as things stand, he's the hope of
I said he hasn't
millions of
stated.
Nigerians, really.
Sorry, I said Peter Obi has not stated categorically that he's going
Yeah,
to run. That's what I said. Yeah,
yeah.
go ahead.
Because I think that there are many people that will have taken their last breath, but when they remember that there is still a P2B, they'll be like, okay, let's just hope that things change. Because as things stand, he's really facing a lot of problems and challenges from the um, ruling class, because it's not easy to play the kind of opposition he's playing. Remember, we are used to the kind of politics of smash and grab, the kind of politics of contingency, emergency, just regroup before an election, bring out some money stolen, and then, get some sponsorship from international agencies or some countries and run. Because the reason why they laughed into Peter Obi's face when he declared interest to run for presidency, they actually laughed into his face, laughed at his supporters, was that they were like, how would he get the support? How would he get the funding? Because the kind of politics we've been playing in Nigeria, opposition and parties that would challenge the ruling party probably get some funding from some sugar daddy in Britain, in European Union, in United States, and that boils down to the power that the Nigerian diaspora has that they don't know. There's enormous power in the diaspora, and even the Nigerian government recognizes the fact that the Nigerian diaspora could topple a government. And that was why, if you listen to David's interview on News Central, one of those days when he was talking about and the rest, why the government moved in quickly that time to try to gag the diaspora and try to check the diaspora. There is intelligence, you're looking at diaspora like, what's their next step? So the diaspora has got a lot of power, which they are not utilizing. But I hope that in the coming years, with all the developments in the developed world, that the diaspora will actually live to their responsibilities. And yeah, sometimes we are tempted to be despondent, to give up, to lose hope, or that this Nigeria is difficult to salvage. But again, I lived in Nigeria, trained in Nigeria, worked in Nigeria, and I can tell you that there are many people still incorruptible. God told Elijah that there were still thousands of prophets that not bow to Baal. So there are still a lot of people in Nigeria who are really, really incorruptible, who are still upright, who are still just, who are still, being as legitimate as possible. So yeah, and what happened between 2020 and 2023 should really challenge us, because nobody gave the ordinary Nigerian a chance, and people just grouped, from different parts of the country, and were very resilient. They were determined not to be ruffled by these guys. They used a lot of antics. A lot of people billions were spent in the media propaganda, but these people stood still. These people stood firm, and resisted all sorts of. So many people were offered bribes. So many people were offered all sorts of things. So many people were incentivized to do all sorts of felonious acts, but they resisted. And see millions of people. Forget about the figures that INEC released. Millions of people determined to do the right thing, and they did the right thing. So yeah, I don't agree totally that all Nigerians are just giving to some wantoness or covetousness or some iniquitous proclivities. No. I think that there is still hope, and sometimes you don't need. When people talk about opposition coming together, I have serious thoughts with that. What opposition are you talking about? Are you talking about these criminals coming together to do what? It's the people coming together. The people coming together.
That's what I mean.
And
Nobody. I don't think anybody
yeah,
mentioned the position. I'm talking
no.
about the
When
people.
you read when you listen to news,
Oh, I see
the
what you
main
mean.
media,
Okay.
all these our journalists. Though some journalists are really trying. Some are in jail now for speaking out. So there would be like opposition must come together, and that opposition coming together is a propaganda from the establishment, because they are actually united. It's just that different parties is actually one, just different nomenclature, really. And that's why in all their talkings, you'll still see some people that you would consider not fit at all to even hold a council chair, declaring interest for presidency, and they are being propped up by the media. And those media are saying, "Oh, Peter will come in and be the running mate, this and that." And then when he refuses, they would go on overdrive and start all sorts of calumniations. And very soon you would see, because very soon when it's clear to them that Peter will not be a running mate to anybody, you would see the PDP guys, they will be all everywhere. They will be everywhere. They will buy up all the interview spaces in the main media and so on. They will be calling Peter Obi all sorts of names. Why they are quiet now is because they think Peter Obi might change his mind and be a running mate to their grandpa. So these people will still come out. A lot of things would happen that will test the resolve of the Nigerian. But again, I will say that the ruling class, the establishment, they are still afraid of the people. If they are not afraid of the people, why are they sponsoring all these media, all these propaganda, all these things to claim that when issues arise, they try as much as possible. Some of these ministers, and then some of the heads of the agencies, they have tens and hundreds of boys doing PR for them all over social media. Once you post something, they're all over the place, calling people be idiots and all sorts of names. So they do, when there is an issue about them, they release their boys to clean up the place. So that means that they are still afraid of the people. The people still have the power, and there is still huge hope. And again, what we will do on our own is that we should start building a political culture. The political culture in Nigeria is rotten. And the Nigerian diaspora who are exposed to things being done probably better, not the best anyway, because there's still corruption in the developed world, but should play a huge role, should be in the vanguard of this change to start building a new, not just about election, because the mistake that we make is that we always think about the election. So we always think about the election. Or 2027 is coming now, and by 2026 you still some people, okay, let's gather some pounds and dollars, and then that's not it. You have to build a very strong political culture, a strong political system, people coming together. And again, whatever role we have, we do travel from time to time to see our people, and the onus is on us to live example, to show the example, to where things are going wrong, to say, because these are some of the little things that we'll be doing, to be contributing opinions. Some once in a while they post things. There was a time I was on LinkedIn and they posted something about a commissioner going to commission a hospital in one of the states in Nigeria that I know quite well. And I know that was a jamboree and that's not supposed to be. I commented People were commenting on that, oh, praising Baba, Professor, this, you're doing well. I commented and said, look, this is waste of time. This is not what you are supposed to be doing. What is this that you are commissioning? You are going with 100 or so people to commission a hospital. What is in this hospital that you're commissioning? Do they have proper beds? Do they have running water? Because those hospitals in that state, people still wash their hands, scooping water from the bucket. So why should you go with this? So these are some of the opinions. We have to be brave. We have to be courageous. You know, when we see some of these things, we drop a comment. We say, look, this is not right. Little things. When we go home as well, we try to put some things right. It's not easy. It's difficult. They will be like, are you saying that you are now different? You know, and this is how we used to do it. This is how. But you know, again, just trying to change. When I was younger than this, I had a relative who returned from, you know, one of the Obodo countries, and then then I was still you know, working and then, you know, looking at my plans and stuff. And then I you know, was someone I really respected. Then we went somewhere and you know, probably to inspect one of the properties, you know, developing, and this individual engaged in a shouting match with one of the relations, you know, men there, elderly men there, and all sorts of vituperations coming out from her mouth. And I was shocked. This person is someone living in Obodoi, but I expected would be really polished and stuff. Why is this person behaving like this? But I didn't say anything anyway. What will I say? You know, I was just, you know, I still like was expecting some kind of assistance from them. You understand? But it shocked me. You understand? I resolved that I wouldn't be like that. So these are some of the things, little things. That particular person probably didn't know that what they did at that point was capable of corrupting the young people. So these are some of the roles that we'll play. Start educating, start doing things right. A little opportunity we have in the associations we find ourselves in the communities there, you know, start educating people, saying these are ways to do things right. See what Peter B is doing. And he has changed a lot of things. The way people used to do something, the level of engagement, you know, the caliber, you know, this. So he has changed a lot of things, and we can only like emulate him and even do better and more than he's doing.
Exactly. That's exactly what the conversation has been tilting towards for some days now. That's what we've been talking about. About, you know, doing our own part and getting evangelizing even more, so that, you know, for those people that are saying, oh, election, right? Because I'm still very skeptical. Without the electoral laws being properly fixed, and Guy Wanlele, thank you very much, to include diaspora voting, because we remit a lot of money to Nigeria. I don't know who's championing that conversation in Nigeria, you know, to the Senate. This is one way that we can ensure that the right thing is done. But we don't know who's championing that. We don't know how much push that is being given, because we need to push. We have so much power outside of Nigeria. Why can't we use it? We remit so much to people in Nigeria. Why come we don't have a voice? So this is something that we have to really push. If the electoral laws, the way they are still there, and you have the likes of Mahmoud still there, nothing has changed. I don't know. I'll be very reluctant to want to participate in any election in 2027. Because what's to tell me that the same thing that played out in 2023 is not going to play out again? You know, since nobody is willing to come outside, okay, like I think Delefaro to me suggested something like non-participation. One time he was like, let's all sit it out, which I totally agree with him. But then I think he got arrested, and then he came back and he was talking about we have to start pushing for reforms in the electoral, in INEC, reforms in the judiciary, reform even with the police, you know. So there's so much work that we need to do, and I'm hoping that a lot of people are doing what they need to do, you know, you understand. So Oh, you said Ganwalele, you said Lokopi is pushing it in the UK. Awesome. You understand? So I know that there are people working behind the scenes that are doing stuff on the ground, which I have been privileged to hear and see. And I really want that to continue, because if that continues, it's going to encourage even more people to come out and vote. It's going to encourage a lot of people who even live in diaspora to go back home and vote. Those who want to go back home, those of us, if we have access to vote here, why not? We vote so that we can make the major change. Do you understand? Because we have to. We don't have any choice. Personally, my ancestral home it's a gift that I'm not going to allow anybody else to come and take like that freely. No, now. That Nigerian country, God bless us with that country. Oh. Look to the left, to the right, to the south, everywhere you go. Every corner of Nigeria is blessed. So why should we now give her up to a few lunatics to feel like it's their own? So we must do what we have. If we need to if we need to talk our way into it, if we need to find ways to vote and modify the election reforms, judiciary reforms, and all of that, why not? Hate what's his name, Showore, as much as you want. I'm happy that he's shining the torchlight on the police reform. I am very happy about that. At least he's championing that, right? Dele Farotimi went into jail because he exposed the corruption that was going on in the judiciary. I like that. You don't have to like anybody who's that's doing anything right now. As long as they're doing something that's going to have a ripple effect positively in the lives of everyone, I'm here for it. But we don't have to come together. If you don't want to be a part of the push, we don't have to form any alliance. Day your day, make a day my day. As long as we both understand that we're fighting for one, and you take your fight, be doing your own. Let me be doing my own. If I'm able to get the critical mass to move me to where I need to be, no problem. If you want to be a part of it, fine. If you don't want to, stay your own. No argument there. You know what I mean? So this is a conversation that's been happening a lot more, which I am here for. I want us to continue to have these types of conversations. I personally, like I said with this topic, I am for peace in Africa. We have too much turmoil going on in Africa, too much. I don't even know the kind of mental health crisis that is in Africa. We have not even started to even touch the surface of it. Every corner, waiting. We will just allow our leaders to be doing it. No, we have to start to tell ourselves, no, things have to change. Things have to change. So if anybody tells you, okay, go back to where you came from, you carry your karanga and you bounce. There was a time when Nigerians never used to live outside of the country. They didn't want to. The weather wasn't favorable to them and they didn't like it. So they stayed, they go to school, get the education, come back and help their people. So we have to keep having these conversations, obviously. There's no such time as it's too late. We are starting now. We got to continue to push. And to your point, yes, every opportunity you get to educate your people, do that. And I'm curious, I want to ask if she did that while she was in Nigeria, because it's up to everybody now. When you were giving money to that lady in the hotel, did you talk to her about collecting 5,000 naira for votes? Did you educate her? I hopefully Sister Ife can come back and tell us whether she said something to them, because it's up to us. So nobody's coming to do it. All the NGOs that people have been relying on, people they thief money from, everything don't catapult now. Whether Donald Trump is doing it for selfish reasons or not, I don't care, as long as it has been exposed that your government collects money, funding from NGOs and does nothing. They just collect it, go through, enter other people's pockets. They'll come, they use the same money till they oppress you. Nigerians, when they glorify money, paper money, as long as you have money, Nigerians will glorify you. Nobody is interested in the source of the money. So much undiscipline in the space. You have money, you are just out there airing it out. Everybody's seen in a land where there are hungry people, and you want crime to reduce. How now? Anyway,
the narrative that people collected money, or people do collect money to vote for who or who, or people voted for so and so person that are currently in power. I think that those narratives are being sponsored by the establishment, I will say, because if you look at Nigeria's electoral system, just from time, from when we started elections, really, probably if you start from the 50s and then down to 1999, because this afternoon, while I was pondering on Yaradua, Yaradua got 24 million votes, right? Miraculously got 24 million votes. Someone that nobody knew his address or nobody knew his antecedent, nothing, got 24 million votes, right? In 2007. Okay. And it was a year when people were so much disenchanted with the electoral system that people didn't turn up. And then he got 24 million votes. And then in 2023, when people turned up in large numbers, the total number of votes is not up to 24 million. So just look at that electoral system. It's completely flawed. You understand? What we have as electoral system is just laughable. The voter register is complete bunkum. The figures, they are just manufactured. You understand? They say we have 90 something million registered voters, and 2023 was a year that was almost sure that more than 40 million people came out to vote. So these things are not by electoral reforms. Okay, they are not by electoral reforms, because how elections happen in Nigeria is that the votes of the people most times don't count. And in places like northern Nigeria, where people probably do not vote, and because people in northern Nigeria, people are so illiterate and people are so poor, nobody can even raise their voice. So anything could happen. If you're manipulating elections somewhere in Aviele, in Edo State, in Esako, if you're manipulating votes there, if you're manipulating votes in Auchi, you could find a lot of educated people, young people, people that know us that probably might challenge you. If you're manipulating election in somewhere like Kudu in Jigawa State, nobody will challenge you. You could manufacture any figure there. Nobody will challenge you. Once you meet the people and settle them, maybe religious leaders or the main political actors, you have your way. So that's election in Nigeria. The figures are manufactured. Everything is manipulated. The voter register is not existing. So what happens is this: if you have a polling unit, for example, those polling units don't even exist. They say we have 177,000 polling units in Nigeria. Where are they? Do you know where any polling unit is? Does the electoral body have a functional website where you could even check information? No, there's no website. So all those things are manufactured totally. All the names on the register, they are fictitious. So those names are not existing. Those figures are not existing. So they might say that a polling unit has 500 registered voters. Those voters are not existing. There might be 100 people there, and the other names are just manufactured. So you go to election, for example, and you people are 90. For example, they say 500 people are registered there, but in actual fact, only 100 people. So maybe you mobilize everybody and you say you're going to vote. You people are 90. You are voting for so candidates. Who is good? Who is that? And 90 of you vote for so candidate. Meanwhile, they have gotten the remaining 400 for themselves, and they will beat you black and blue. So that's the electoral system in Nigeria for you. It's not even by, okay, if you do some of these reforms, like let's say diaspora voting, say I listened to Dele Faroti, he was talking about diaspora voting, he was talking about independent candidates, and then one other thing. Come on, these people will, diaspora voting, they will still manipulate the figures. Independent candidate, they will still manipulate the figures. So then when I hear people saying that opposition, you should unite, and you still see that our political culture is still backward. Why must you unite? Like people, like you mentioned now, you mentioned someone like Showore. There could be a Showore somewhere doing his thing, having his own ideology, which is fine. provider is not killing anybody. Some other people might have their own political parties with their ideologies. So we have to encourage participation. We have to encourage people. People have the ideologies. If you come to the UK, it's not one party, it's not two parties. There are more than 4 parties. You understand? So I don't support the idea of, let's say, opposition coming together. Maybe because I'm coming from a Republican background in Nigeria. Where I come from, we are quite Republican. Like, we don't have a monarchical system. So, and it was part of what gave the white men problems with us, because it was really, really difficult to colonize us, really. So people should be free to have their political parties. I don't support the idea of opposition coming together to do what? Not everyone has the same ideas, not everyone has the same principles. Thank you.
Yeah, I was chewing while you were talking, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. I hear what you're saying. Like, not, and again, I agree with you. I've always said, every time people say, oh, opposition needs to come together, we don't need the same old bags to come together. I beg. I personally am tired of seeing their faces, right? We need fresh new people, and everybody can have their own ideology. If you're supporting Showore, that's who you support, no problem. Do your thing. As long as we're all clamoring for a new Nigeria, do your thing. Nobody should be talking about collaboration. The whole idea of it is very annoying, to be honest with you. Because when they say collaboration, you're still referring to the old guards. Somebody like Atiku, for instance, has no business running again. Not at all. All he should be doing right now is giving, whatever small knowledge he has, sharing it to the people who really want to move the country forward. We can't keep doing this, and I agree with you. Even the diaspora voting, it's possible for them to also go in and just do whatever they want to do. Not be person go create the website for the diaspora voting. How we want to protect them? That's the problem. How I want to protect them. Now, I'm not saying that these things are not possible, but the reason why we're having this conversation is so that we are aware of these things. And if we're going to do any diaspora, it has to be airtight. It can't be because, you can't, there's no, and again, what you said about, educating the people and, to understand that taking money and just allowing people to vote, to take your vote. For instance, in last election, in certain local government, they will register, they'll say, okay, 40 people in this district register to vote. In the same district, 500, they are counting 500, 1,000. Why not see the 500, 1,000 people? That's how they were able to rig the election. And they literally stole that election. Okay. So this is something, is the people, is the mindset that needs to change. People need to understand. If we're going to get a lot more Nigerians to be a part of this, the mindset of the people need to radically change. And it has to be a message that we're all taking to our individual homes, our individual communities, to let them know that, look, this thing, this is not for play. You're joking with your entire your life if you just take this casually and play with it and collect 1,000 naira. How much waiting 1,000 naira I want to do for you? You buy Coke, drink, and that's it. It's over. You go bathroom the next day. That's it. That's your entire destiny down the drain. So it's getting the people to really understand the implications of their action that really, really matters at this point. And I hope that we can do that. To be honest, I hope we can continue to carry the message forward and do what we need to do because we don't have any excuse. There's no help coming from anywhere for any one of us. We have to fight for our way in this world. It is obvious. We are the richest continent, yet the poorest. Eh? People are so, your leaders are so, they'll go to all these international meetings and all of that. Bambiala style. Beggy, Bambiala style. Oh, they are so easy throwing that. It's so comfortable for them to say, oh, the African child is hungry. And you're a president in that country. You don't even cringe when you are saying it. The people you're governing over, you are using your mouth to condemn. Oh, yeah, they are hungry. If you just give us money now, they will not be hungry again. Bambiala style. They have taken Bambiala to the international level. We cannot be okay with that as a people. What's the point? What's the use of our education? If we allow this to continue, a lot of us here are supposed to be leaders in our different communities, but here we are. A lot of us here are supposed to be leaders in our various communities. So there's no excuse. 2027 has got to be on. We have to continue to have this needed conversation so that we can hopefully transform the way we vote and the way people respond to voting and the leaders that represent them from the local level to the president level. It has to be done. We can't, it can't be the same way. If you have a commissioner that say, oh, I want to come and do commissioner for you, what do you have in your head? What vision do you have? Let's see your vision, first of all. Show us what you have. Clearly, you want to serve the people. You must have had an idea of what you want to do for the people. What is the idea? What have you done before? Those things, we need to start imbibing those ways of asking questions. It's not just 5,000 naira, 1,000 naira. And some of us in the diaspora, they will give you $10,000. You think that's okay. They give you max, they buy you house. The day the owner of the land will show up, the day the owner of the country will say, no, we don't want your likes here, it's over. You know what you want to do, you are leaving the house. So what are we talking about? It's not normal for your leaders to be stealing money and putting it in outside countries where they are using to maintain their societies and thrive. Go to Switzerland, it's like a fairy tale. It's like fairy tale. Everywhere is squeaky clean. I've never been. I want to go. I've never been though, but I've seen pictures, I've seen videos. I'm like, these are places that your government take money, they will steal your money and go. They can't even trust their own institutions. They don't even trust their institutions enough to put their money there. They don't trust the healthcare enough to go and get Panadol in the healthcare that they are claiming that they have. But each year they will budget, they will put healthcare. The education, zero. They will still budget for education. You don't see it. And then you have dumb workers associations that don't even know their left from their right. When they're supposed to come out and call the government out, they don't. They've all been bought and sold. Everybody's okay. It's for their pocket. As long as I have a house in Europe or I have a house in America, I'm okay. Everybody else can go and kick rocks. How long can we continue like that? It no go sustain. One day, the levy go burst. Who go stand? That be the question.
So the thing is that sometimes you might want to ask this: why has P2B built his tent in the north since 2023? That's a very crucial question that might be in your mind and might be in the mind of so many people. Look, with the system we operate in Nigeria, the electoral reforms will not do much. Let me tell you why. We already have one of the most sophisticated electoral systems in the world. If you follow our elections, like if you check the history of our elections from 1953 down to 2023, you will see that we've had far more reforms than any other African country, or even some Asian countries. So we operate a very sophisticated electoral system. And calling for reforms, adding diaspora voting, independent candidate, transmitting of election results via IREV will still not prevent them from manipulating the figures, because those equipment, again, remember, they are not manufactured in Nigeria. So they could configure those things in countries that might help them win the election, in quotes. And then they could impute some figures that you might not know. And you say, okay, when they are ready with it, they will agree that the election result will be transmitted. And they will still do their thing. Before 2023 election, people called for reforms. And there was some hesitation from the establishment. And then they went to their they went to their drawing board and said, okay, if we do this, how do we counter them? If we do this, and they agreed. And the electoral reform was done, and people were like, hooray, we have the formula now. And they and they still did their thing. So with the system we're operating in Nigeria, if we go into any election with the voter register we have in Nigeria, whether you add diaspora voting or not, because what happens in Nigeria, if you observe the previous voter registration, where they say that 10,000 people registered or 12,000 people registered, there were queues in the South where people were queuing up to register. And then even some people used their gadgets and stuff. As the voter population, as the voter register was swelling in the South, it was swelling in the North, despite the fact that you didn't have people registering. All right. So if we go into any election without voter register, that election is already, is already decided. I'm telling you, with the voter register we have in Nigeria today. So that's the main thing. And my issue is not with people that vote. Yeah, I know that people collect money to vote and stuff, but not everybody. The people I have issues with, because are people that are in charge of counting the votes, collecting the figures, and so those are the people that they even need to buy. These people that come to vote, for example, if you have 20 people coming to vote in a polling unit where they have 100 so-called registered voters, or 100 people coming to vote where they have so-called 500 registered voters, whereas it's just 100. The 100 people might come out and maybe 10 people might collect money and 90 will not collect. Whether people collect money or not, the 400 that they have, fictitious 400, will still trumps the 400, the 100 on ground, the real 100. So that's the problem. So, and they cannot rig elections again without the people. They use human beings to manipulate those things. So that's where the education comes in. That's where where people continue to be pushing, because there are people that they use to falsify those figures. Those people could actually stand up and say, enough is enough. Many people that voted P2, some people that voted P2 probably were people that in previous elections will be used to, cook up those figures. But they were like, no, we want a change. So it's the reason why it's continuing to push, especially in the North, to actually convince some of the major actors. Because what happens is that you come to a place, let's say local government, there's someone that owns that local government, or maybe some people owning it. And they say, okay, we want this place. And say, how much will you give us? I will give you this. And then the figures come to them. So those are some of the things, speaking to people to say, look, this is not right. You understand? You're destroying your country. Why not allow the process to? With the electoral system we have in Nigeria today, if we decide to do the right thing, it will be a very, very smooth election. We already have a sophisticated electoral system. Yes, if people succeed in getting diaspora to vote, IREV, what have you, independent candidates. And then if they get all those things, they'll be like, hooray, we've gotten it. But these people will still manipulate their thing. So it's all about the people on ground, what we have on ground, using it, and people resisting and saying, no, we won. That's why he's in the north. He's been in, because that's where the thing happens. You understand my point? If he can get the north, the key actors to say, look, can we just allow the system to go the right way and allow someone to come and clean up the system? Then it's over. You know, it doesn't have business in the South. The Southern people already know what to do. You understand? The Southern people, because most people have a voice on their own. But you were talking about a vast region where people don't have the voice. People decide figures that come out from local government, from states and stuff. So basically, you don't even have business with the people. That's why these our politicians don't even bother going to schools or places in the north to campaign, to meet town hall meetings. They don't bother. They just hire one stadium in the state capital, hire musicians, probably get some peace, some some of these popular, they come there, shout, do some dance and acrobatics and shout, maybe PD or APC or Labour or whatever have you. And that was why, see, the last election, I wasn't particularly happy with Labour Party and some of that, but doing things that way. What I would like is you going in, picking a state, picking the senatorial zones, going to the people. Decentralize your campaign system. All these man presidential campaign council is rubbish. Decentralize your system. Have people go into the communities. Take time. Go into the senatorial zones. I really don't go to hire, because even when they were going to hire those stadiums in, some state governors were declining to give them access. You know, those things are not even necessary. Let them take, you don't even need those stadiums. You go to a stadium, hire a stadium, and you expect people to trek from Ampa in Kogi State to Lokoja to come and listen to you. That's nonsense. Go to them. Go there, go to their schools, go to their town halls, go to their communities, do your campaign there, and then allow them to now do their thing. That's the kind of campaign I want to be seeing, not the stadium campaign or no. Decentralize your system. Let people be on ground. Go to those communities, go to the senatorial zones, go to the local government, go there. You don't need a stadium. You can use the football field there. You could use any of their markets there. Everything. Go and then do your campaigns and see the results. And these things of people starting late, yeah, he's going around anyway. And for me, Peter Obi doesn't even need to campaign. You know, like almost every Nigerian knows that Peter Obi is the solution as for now among all we have for Nigeria. So you don't even need to go in and convince anybody, but you still need to do the work. When the time comes, you still need to go and remind people that, look, don't know the door. It's time to do the thing. And these things work. You understand? These things work. You having people down there in the remotest part walking around saying, look at this, look at what you should do. You know, that.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. That's true. What you're saying is true. Like I said again, Peter B has not even come out to say, "Oh, I'm running." All he cares about is that Nigeria works, and he's doing his own part. Question is, what are we doing? That's the question we should be asking ourselves. The man is busy doing his own part. Until then, when he declares, then everybody will decide who they want to pursue, who they want to back. It's just that simple as that. But right now, I just think that we need to be doing major work behind the scenes. not so much focusing on the candidate that's going to come out as at this time, but what we are doing, like what you just pointed out about educating the people so that we can get even more overwhelming votes than we did in 2023. You know, we're able to convert those who collected money. We're able to convert those who collected money into real-time voters. Things will change. It will be a game changer, right? And then people have to be ready to defend their votes outside of prior, because I don't know how this diaspora voting, I don't know. People are on it. Hopefully, there's headway there. If they're able to secure it and we're able to do our thing, well. But then again, we also have to remember, just like you pointed out, that's a point. That's a great point where that you just touched on, that the diaspora voting, you know, it is the same them that will bring out the money that will you know, create the systems that's going to allow the diasporas to vote in the first place. How are we so sure that these people are not going to connive with those people that are going to set it up in such a way that it will be rigged in and of itself? That's another issue, right? Because that's a possibility, you know, which is a great point to consider. But in the meantime, we already know, okay, the election within Nigerians have to happen. So our job is educating our people in the different communities so that they can play their own part and understand that taking money is not the solution. It's about understanding the importance of your vote, because it literally determines whether you live or you're unalive. It's as simple as that, you know? So thank you very much, Stay Humble. Your points have been well noted. I'm hoping to continue this conversation on how Nigeria could move forward. The topic today really was about what's going on with Rwanda and the rest of them, which we dealt with earlier on. And I want to come back to it, you know, before I wrap this up. Is again, like I said in the beginning, all I want is peace in Africa. Too much agitation has gone on for decades. It's not good for the mind of us. It's not good for the psyche of a child or for the psyche of even an adult. You know, too much destabilization. It doesn't make sense because of greed, money. You know, everybody want to take. The European people, and again, I just want to put this out here. As we are observing what's going on in the Congo, Rwanda, South Africa, whatever, please, let's be very careful that we are not throwing our leaders under the bus. We have to be very, very wise in our submissions about what these leaders are doing. Instead, we should try and encourage them to come to the round table and talk to each other. Let it not be found amongst us that we are the ones now castigating, because these people, these shadow people, now know what they talk about. They not care. The people, when they take mineral resources from the Congo for years, not only the neighboring people now, Europe has played a big role, even America here. There are people who go there and have been taking and taking and taking. Let those people leave that place. There are lives at stake. How the leaders of the country cannot protect its people is still mind-boggling to me. You were once a part of the people. You cannot even secure your people. So I beg, when we get conversations about Congo, Rwanda, you might not like the Rwandese. You might have your sentiments about the Rwandese President Kagame. You might have a way of thinking about the Congolese president or whatever. Please, let's apply wisdom in approaching it and call for peace. Let the leaders in the world, whoever has their ears, they should impress upon them to come and talk to each other. They should find a way to arbitrate. We don't need more wars in Africa. It don't do now. It don't do. When are we going to say enough is enough as Africans? Yeah, I mean, Mr. Pius,
regarding what's going on in Rwanda.
Yeah, let me just quickly say this 1 second. I'll let you have the floor. You say it's about time we call our article to distance himself from Peter Obi. actually, let me tell you, Peter Obi is the bright. Everybody wants to associate with him. You have to understand that there's no more. Peter Obi is smart. He knows what he's doing. He's already come out to say that he's not collaborating with nobody just to seize power. Prince Peter Obi knows what he's doing. We cannot call a grown-ass grandfather and tell him, oh yeah, we command you to distance yourself from Peter Obi. It ain't gonna happen. Everybody wants to flock around him like a bee to honey. You understand? So I don't think we can trust that Peter Obi knows what he's doing. And if he doesn't, we call him out. It's that simple. Anyway, go ahead, Mr. Stay humble. Go ahead.
So, regarding what's happening in East Africa, this is not new, really. This is not new. In 2002, my father returned from travel. That was when, he used to read a lot of Newswatch magazine. Newswatch is no longer popular. Newswatch was founded by Delegiwa, and then later Ray Ebu took over and stuff. So it's no longer popular, but it used to be very popular in our house. And then in 2002, and then he told me that Jonas Savimbi had been killed. By that time, by 2002, I was in primary school then. Yeah, but it was good that I started being exposed to some of those hard news as at that time. Yeah, I didn't know who Jonas Savimbi was, but I read the newspapers from cover to cover and then got to know about him. So Jonas Savimbi was the opposition leader in Angola. He fought, there was a civil war in Angola for 27 years. They got their independence, in quotes, independence. Yeah, I don't like to use that word, but let me just use it, from Portugal in 1975. And from that 1977 or 79, Eduardo dos Santos became president. And Jonas Savimbi was the opposition leader. He was leading a party called UNITA. And there was civil war in Angola. As at that 2002, it was 27 years. And Jonas Savimbi, the opposition leader, was killed by government forces. So imagine that time, only few people even knew, knew what was happening in Angola. There was no internet then, and similar thing was going on in Sierra Leone at that time. There was a 10-year civil war. Things were happening in Liberia. Things were happening in Congo. In the time of Mobutu Sese Seko, Joseph Kabila, and what have you. Things had been happening in that region and beyond. It's just that people are beginning to ask questions. And people are now more exposed. People are now more informed. People are now starting to disengage from the Western system of education and indoctrination. People are now beginning to ask questions. They have quite a good educated diaspora as well, and they are beginning to push back. So this is just resistance from the establishment. What Peter Obi said, that when you want to change the thing, they will give a fight. They will put up a fight, a huge fight. So this is the last fight. It's going to be turbulent. If you've attended a deliverance, a deliverance session, and then they want to exorcise the demons, you see how violent, as if you will be afraid even that this right. So this is what's happening. There's a wave sweeping across, but it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy, but it will happen. You understand? There will be a fight. It will be as if things have gotten worse. It's the same thing happening in Nigeria. If you interact with people from Kenya, from all these countries, you see that people are pushing back. People are asking the questions. People are now trying to expose. This is just because we have more information now. And all these things are being exposed at the molecular level, where what they are thinking, what they are planning, even in their bed chamber, we now know. But these things have been happening, and it's not in the interest of the common man, I would say. It's just selfish interest, you know. So I believe, yeah, I'm optimistic that at the end of the day, because the young people, the new generation, they're pushing back. And then there's another generation coming up. There's the Gen Z generation. That generation will really, give these guys a run for their money. These guys will still give up, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stay Humble. I really appreciate. Thanks for stopping. This has been an amazing session again. Guys, please keep coming with this knowledge. We need it. Oh yeah. Oh Sid, welcome. Oh link. We can share link with you. Welcome, oh Sid. Our Baba, our professor has landed. Stay humble. We have a professor dedicated to this platform. He's our brother. He's our one of our favorite contributors on this platform. Seed. So he's going to be joining us soon. So I just wanted to say, right, that I agree with you that this is not new, right? It's been happening for a long time. And thank God for social media. That's what I would say, because it's even helping Nigeria, and all those stories, all those heroes that they were lying to us were heroes. Alas, none of them, most of them were not heroes. The people that they painted as heroes were not heroes, right? The ones that they demonized and all of that happen to be the real heroes. Okay, so and I think this is the case with Congo, Rwanda, and the rest of them, with the fight that's going on and all of that, right? So what they do is they try to demonize some of these people so that they can have access to their resources. Congo is the richest place in the entire world. The funds that people are holding today, if not for Congo, most of us no go they carry phone. We go they use two stones, they scratch each other till they talk. Eh? So I just want us to be careful when we're talking about the African leaders involved, because we shouldn't forget history. Because I know that we forget easily, but we should not forget that we have shadow people that are willing to throw our leaders under the bus for their own. Because, like it or not, Rwanda, they are not the only ones that are pilfering from the Congolese people, right? The Europeans were there first. They've been pilfering for a long time and taking stuff away in helicopters at night time. What about them? Why is nobody pointing to them? So you're going to see in the upcoming days a lot of influencers. So if you have any opportunity, if you have access, you see any videos like that where people are talking about this whole thing, and you listen to them and see the angle they're going, make sure you type in your own comment, pushing back on it. We're not going to have anybody come and just take our leaders like that, especially the ones that we know they are doing the right things for us, you know. So, but yeah, thank you very much. Stay humble. Steve, welcome. Oh, how now? Good to have you.
Yeah, well done. Good to have you again, and well done to the
Thank you
panelists.
for stopping by. How your side? I hope,
Yeah,
were you able to listen or you just joined?
yeah, I was listening a bit
Okay.
when they were talking about the INEC thing, and now about
Okay.
the
Yeah.
Congo issue.
Yes.
With regards to the what my brother said was spot on about the Savimbi thing and all that happened in those times, and it's still the same proxy war going on in the East Africa and the Central Africa, Congo, and all that. That's a very rich mineral belt in Africa, and so you have, when you hear the things about
You guys should
the
hold the floor
diamond.
for me. I got to step away for a few minutes.
Yeah,
So,
when
yeah.
you hear the issues of the blood diamonds and all that, it's about the minerals. Exactly where they're fighting in Goma is where you have the coltan, you know, the mineral that is used for most of our phones. It's in massive demand globally. And so that becomes a point of war, because this war is not just propagated within the people, but it's coming from other other actors outside Africa. That's the truth. The other actors, interest groups that wants access to that coltan. And for those that don't know, coltan is just I think it's titanium, what they call titanium and all that. So it's what we use for our laptops, our cell phones, our electric vehicles. So you can imagine computers, hard drive, optical equipment. So many things are that coltan is used for, which is in our modern day world. These are things that will be used in modern day society. So you can imagine they now create a system in which the African leaders begin to pit themselves together. Is it not possible that the guy from Rwanda, we sit with Museveni from Uganda, and we sit with Tegeria, I think that's his name, from the Congo DR, sit down in a closed meeting and say, look, this is our land. This is Africa. This is we are one people. We're the same people group. All right. Where is the boundary of this place? Okay. How can we stop the war? Stop the bloodshed and the killing of innocent people, stop the illegal mining, and actually have a process in which, there's going to be some form of sharing, even if it is logistics, some people will take, because the people on that border of Goma, they are bordering between Rwanda and Congo DR and Uganda, that whole axis. So it's just like the Nigeria thing, there's that intermingling. So when you are at that border nation, like you have in Bakassi and the Cameroons and Nigeria, some part of Cameroon was even part of Nigeria before we had to let it go. So there will always be that intermingling around there. And if you don't take care, it becomes a means of creating conflict by different actors. And unfortunately, that's what has been happening throughout Africa, especially in the Congo DR. The Congo DR there's no time across the Congo DR, no time. Right from Lumumba down to Mobutu Sese Seko, down to Kabila, take his son, that whole nation for the past, I think, 50 years, or would say 40 years, has been at war. And what has been the war? The minerals in there, the diamonds. Now they have found coltan. A lot of things that country is should have been one of the richest countries in Africa and the world. That country, if everything is properly done, and they even mine, and not only mining, and you see the problem, especially across Africa. The problem is Africa has resource, uncountable resource. There are some that are not yet discovered because we have not found the use of those things. If you talk of resource, even in the medical field, the kind of herbs we have in Africa that can be very medicinal, that can deal with certain ailments that is yet not on that optimum level. But you notice that we're a continent that does not have the production line in the continent, and it's not allowed to have it. That's why we're having all this confusion with leadership across Africa. We give out our raw materials without creating industries, processes that will process those things right where we are. Because if we do that, we control the narrative, we control the economies, we control what the West will do. So the West will never allow that to happen. They prefer take it out of Africa, take everything out of Africa, and then give them whatever you want. And this has been the colonization and the new colonization that has continued. So it's you're right. Uganda can't be impartial. It has had invested interest for years. DRC filed a suit against Uganda, which paid heavy damages for voices in mining. Yeah. I mean, those things are always there, but at the end of the day, you have to look at who are the people playing behind the scene. It's the players behind the scene. As soon as there's any resistance anywhere, they will create the mayhem. Because remember that this mining, China is interested. This same mining, the US is interested. This same mining, France and all these countries, they're interested in it. Because who are the people that use the products? The products are not done in Africa. You know, Museveni and Kagame, they are not they are not doing any product. They are not producing anything in those countries. They are not producing computers and all that. It's because they have interest through the West. So if they can move it through their countries and it goes to the West, they get money. Meanwhile, Congo DR, where that Goma is in, if you look at it in terms of their geographical map, we'll be losing out. The same thing is happening in Nigeria. It's just that nobody is really worried about Nigerian gold stain. It's not as massive as you have in Ghana or you have in some Burkina Faso or in some of the other West Coast countries. If not, we would have been having that same issue. And our concentration has been the oil. And how far has the oil got us? We still have issues. We're still having the same issues of fuel. We're still having no working refineries. Do you think they want us to have working refineries? And because the leaders sell out. So my thinking is Museveni, Kagame, and the DRC man, they are brothers. They're in the same region. Sit down. Talk about it. Talk about it so that, okay, we know you have interest. People try to loot, and steal from the DRC. But let us look at this thing so that we will not hinder ourselves. We will not hinder ourselves. And they know that, and so they take advantage of some part of the rebel forces in the DRC that has always been there. Those rebel forces have never been cleaned out. So anytime there's something like this, one of those parties will collude with the rebel forces and then they start fighting the DRC government. So it's something that they need to realize that the people really doing this fight are not in Africa. And that is the first thing. Mobutu survived for 24, 28 years because the West kept him in motion, because he was doing their bidding. They could take the diamonds, they could do whatever. He was wealthy. He go to France every day. And that's why the boys from Senegal, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, they are resisting France because it's the same thing. They've taken their minerals and not done anything in those nations. And you see how they have come together. The three of them have formed a coalition together to say, no, we don't want France here. Because the more we allow it, we are not making progress. And so they can now begin to sell their products to either Russia or the Chinese. And they say, okay, if we have to do this, then we have to get something substantial. Yes, we know that Uganda has all those things, but it's never enough. People always want extra things. Because now the new gold is that coltan. Because it's basically everything we do. We use laptops, we use phones, electric vehicles are coming mainstream. So imagine that being the mainstream of economy. It will boost that whole place. It will set the place alight. But in the midst of the funny thing is that if you look at crisis places where there has been massive crisis, like in Liberia, when there were massive crisis because of the diamonds, Liberia, Sierra Leone, all those places, during those massive crises, they were still moving diamonds. So it is even the best time to move these things. It's in the conflict time that you move it without restriction. You move heavy things, you just move it because it's already a war zone. So just pack and move. That's what's going on. Even as this conflict is happening, mining is heavy unrestricted mining is happening. So who is losing? The same people. So for me, is to call everybody involved in this. Uganda, Rwanda, because the truth is this: when Rwanda had their crisis of the genocide, they needed the help of their neighbors, Uganda. When Uganda had their own problems too, with Idi Amin, they needed the help of other, they needed the help of other nations before Museveni became the president. So they always need their help of each other throughout history. So they need to come to that round table, close everybody out of this round table and say, what do we do for this region? Do you know they can have a very strong regional mining cooperative, strong regional mining strength that, okay, nothing happens. It's just like, like the Europeans do. They have Europe. When they see that, say, this is what, this is what Europe is thinking about. This is how Europe wants to stand together. They do it. So why is it a difficult thing for Africans to sit down? African leaders, Museveni has been there for long, since the time after Idi Amin. That's how many years? Was one of the oldest presidents, holding Uganda strong. Rwanda is also becoming a very strong man, Kagame. Now, the current guy in Congo DR, he's not been there more than 8 years. He's not been there more than that. So they need to work together so that the crisis is, number one, stopped. People can go back to their homes, and then they can find a good plan with regards to the mining and processes. But this also tells you that there's a problem with leadership across Africa. In those days, the African Union was very strong. You had strong men. They could sit down and talk. And Nigeria had a strong leader. We used to have strong leaders like Obasanjo, that could rally people. You had people like Gaddafi, they could rally people around and begin to talk. But now, we don't have any strong African leader that can
It's
call
such a
them
shame, though,
together.
Sid.
So
It's
it's a
such a
problem
shame. It's such a shame that we don't have any African leaders that can
because
arbitrate.
they
Like,
are selfish now. They are selfish now. The West is making them selfish.
yeah, so we need to clamor for African leaders that are with I don't know. This is what me I'm envisioning. So bear with me. This is just an envision that I have. Like, we need an Africa where we have a strong arbitrary or arbitration group of people where they have high integrity. They are not moved by money, right? They've already conquered greed, just like Peter Obi has conquered greed. We need tough
Yeah. I
tough
understand.
people in
Yeah,
Africa,
yeah.
because Africa is such a country that
with
has so
leadership.
much
Yeah.
wealth that if we don't try to, because these are conversations that I think we should be having everything at the same time, because the truth is that this is very possible that we might get to that point where we're going to have these types of leaders. When you put it out there in the atmosphere, it will design itself, but we have to keep giving it life. We need a group of leaders. They don't necessarily have to be heads of states. Honestly, people that are on their own, any issues that has to do with Africa, that is where they go to.
Yes,
Honestly,
it's good, but you see, it's best
ahead.
when you have the heads of. If you see the class of the Nkrumahs, the class of the Kenyatas and all that, all those group of leaders, Nigeria's Azikiwe and Tafawa Balewa, all those guys, that was a different class. They understood what was necessary for the continent. They fought for the liberation of most of the continent. So they did what they needed to do in their time to bring an order in Africa. And they had a plan. And if you notice, the West did not like their plan because their plan was economic revolution across Africa that will make Africa to become the continent to be in the forefront of everything. When the West realized that, they took them out. They took out the Nkrumahs of this world. They took out Nyereres. All these guys. They make sure they don't make them. They decimated the whole of Africa. Now we now had a time when we had the stubborn guys that came on board. People like Jerry Rawlings. People like. So we had this coup d'etat across Africa. So you had a lot of strong generals, headstrong people. Now, they were headstrong, but they did not have the ability to drive economy. So they were more of, we are headstrong and we are for the highest bidder. But you had people like the Libyan guy, Gaddafi, pulling his own strength. And what happened? The West do not like all this kind of people. All right, but they tried to do business with them. And in doing business with them, throughout those periods of these generals, there was crisis after crisis after crisis. So Africa is in need of real, authentic leadership, especially across the nations, the strong nations, the nations in the north, Egypt, Algeria, especially Egypt. We need a strong leader coming there, Libya. You go into Central Africa, we needed strong leaders with the right mindset. West Africa, Nigeria is supposed to be taking the forefront, but we are behind. So when you don't have those strong leaders that will come and say, okay, look, let's create an arbitration for such issues like this. All right, we bring in some elders that have been there, bringing from elders from different, because in those days they have Kenneth Kaunda, they have Nyerere, so things were discussed. But as soon as those people have been decimated, what we have are people that are looking for themselves. That's why you see recently you see that Africa is self-serve now. It's self-serving. Nigeria is doing your own thing. South Africa is doing their own thing. They don't want. The guy doesn't want to relate with Nigeria, he doesn't feel. Ruto is on his own in Kenya. Everybody's just doing their own thing. All right. So of course it's a good playground. That's what they want. They want everybody to do your own thing. So the West can come. The house is divided. Pick your choice. Pick where you want to create problem. France is trying to do their own. Russia is coming in to do their own. The Chinese are coming with their economic movements across Africa and buying up what they want to buy. They know that it's for the highest bidder, so they'll put the money. China is not interested in anything, and they know that the average African leader is not interested in the environment and all that. So you know what? We'll give you this money, we'll build this, we take this. That's it. That's how the deals are happening. And that's why you see all of them go to China and go to Russia for summits, because they get the money. So the African continent is not coordinated. And when there's lack of coordination, of course, you expect all this kind of crisis upon crisis upon crisis to keep happening, because the interest group want those things at cheap or nothing. And then they will now sell Congo DL computers and sell Africa phones. And before you know, they will start selling EV cars to Africa and putting their companies there. You see, if we can really begin to think through as a continent, things will be better. Things will really be better. But it's unfortunate that we don't have the right leadership. That's why when Gaddafi was proposing United States of Africa, they had to stop him. Because that's a serious discussion. That can't Africa be one country? Just like Australia is a continent, but yet a country. All right? Can't Africa be one country, same continent, but one country? And then we may likely see a strong African currency, and that is that will become a real trigger if Africa has a currency that is matched by our resource, the amount of gold in Africa and the amount of resource in Africa, especially mineral resources, oil and gas and all that, then, you know, you can now match the African dollar, or whatever we call it, with any other currency in the world. And that is where we trade from. We trade based on that, not based on any other thing. We trade based on that currency. And you see that it will maybe outwitting other currencies because what is backing it is very strong. Is a gold on the ground, is the oil on the ground, is the coltan on the ground. So you are backing it, and then you start building strategic industries across. So what do you expect? They will not allow such kind of ideas. Those ideas are threatening to the Western culture. It means that you are now you have a bargaining chip. All right, it means you have a bargaining chip, and you start withdrawing. It means that the human resource in Africa begins to migrate back, a backward migration back into their continent, and redesign their continent from grounds up. Where there's no war is peace, you can travel across the continent and enjoy the breeze coming from the Lake Victoria. If you imagine that, will you think that the opposition will allow that? The opposition of the West will not allow that. They'll say, no. You want to build a fantastic continent, a continent that doesn't have much natural disasters because of its plate tectonics that God has given to it. A continent that, it has its greenery is amazing, nice forest. A continent with different kinds of animals and all that. A continent that is very mysterious, and it still creates that mystery in the minds of people. You want that continent to now be so beautiful. No, they want the narrative to be the dark continent, but we want the narrative to be a continent of light, a continent of brilliance. If they allow that, don't you know that Africa will not have any need for anywhere? Africa will not need anything because everything is there. Everything you can think of is in that continent. So it's important that the leaders begin to think, especially in Congo DR. They need to think and stop that bloodshed and really talk to themselves and say, look, we are brothers, let's help ourselves and let's find a solution.
Exactly. This is what me I want. I really don't even want to know who did what to who. Can they come together as grown-ups and resolve it? Because knowing that the lives that will be at stake is not going to be their own. It is usually the people that suffer time and time again, And I mean, I don't think that we can, personally, I don't think we should continue to feel like, oh, the West is not going to allow. That's because we consistently allow them get away with it, and we keep saying that. I don't want us to keep saying, oh, the West is not. Let me tell you, if we as a people are ready, there's only so much they can do. I know that they have the superior whatever. You can come with the argument of, oh, they have this, they have that, they have the other. Okay, now there's a window of opportunity for Africans to get it right these 4 years. So this is where we need to start building that momentum. Everybody needs to start from their home front, which is where Nigeria comes in for me. We have to get to a point where Nigeria is, relatively safe enough and in a position where we can start to rebuild and put the necessary things in place. And then hopefully to go from one place. Shebi, these people still have superior whatever. Mali took their country back with everything that they have. Niger, with everything that they have. Burkina Faso. So what is our excuse? 3 countries in Africa. I know that they have attempted to take this guy out on numerous occasions. Have they succeeded? That's because Africans now are more aware than they were before. So we need to continue to push and talk to ourselves. We can't continue like this now. Check them. We can't. People, when they take their countries back, they don't get two heads. How old is Burkina Faso president? 36. The youngest leader in the world right now. And they won't take out fast. That tells you all you need to know. So we need to use our own mouth to design our own narrative, because guess what? All these Oyibo people, now their mouth, they design it, they get to. Even in their language, when they speak, say na spell. They use them as spell. But what do we get? We get our own language. How many of us they use them to really uplift and make sure so we get what we want? We know they use our language to our own benefits. We go rather speak Oyibo man language with the comma full stop where supposed if you hear another person they talk, some people go they say, oh, you know, if we speak good English. Who a good English help? Who he help? Who he help? You know, if you go your country now with all the good English, you know, fit. Try and put body. You know, so I just think that we can all work and chew gum at the same time. We have a lot of work on our hands, and we have the power within us. We have our mouth that has the power. We choose to design what we want to see. It depends on us. So if we want to see a new Nigeria now, you know, say in our hands, it is in our hands. If we say nah, we want to see new Nigeria, nothing will stop us. Nothing will stop her. The same thing with Africa. If Africa say, okay, you know what? It's okay. We have cried enough. We have done this one again. Now we want this. I guarantee you, nothing go fit stop her. Now we they hinder ourselves. Now we they backstab ourselves. We go gather. One person go from back, go meet the other one. Then I say, no worry. I go throw under the bus. I go just follow you. Do what you want to. No worry. We got it. So we have to. The power is in our hands. The power is in our mouth. It really is. But we need to start from our own kitchen, which is our home countries, Africa, Nigeria, our own communities. We need to educate our people, talk to our people, sensitize them when we get the opportunity to. How far? This last election, how you see? Oh, you know, say now people when collect money. You know, see this money when they collect it, they use actually sell their soul forever. Their children will suffer, them will suffer, their children will suffer on top of 5K. Is it worth it? Those are things that we need to be doing in our own corners, you know. And we go see what we want. I believe that I'm going to see a new Nigeria in my lifetime. You can call it a tall dream, but I believe so. Now, which person wants to see now they talk. Now, the way I want to see now they talk. So you talk the one you want to see. You understand? So that's where I pitch my own tent. And again, I will repeat, for the leaders in Africa that are involved in all of this, whatever is going on right now, we have to be very careful when we're talking about them, because, say shadow people, when they want them out of the way anyway, they don't matter to them. They don't matter. It's easy for them to take them away so that they go get access to the resources when they're there. We have to think about that too. I know there anybody's side though. I know Kukuma did there when the whole beef starts, but make they resolve them. Make all the other African leaders call them to order. Tell them, all the people in the elders for the African diaspora, call them, say, guy, you guys need to cut this out. If you are back, welcome. Your face is fresher than you before.
I sparkle. I talked to my co-worker, something that happened at work. We're trying to.
Okay, no wahala. Welcome back. Good to have you back.
Yeah.
So we're gonna. Yeah. So we're just talking about what was happening in Congo and all that, and we're giving our 2 cents on what we can do in Nigeria and stuff like that. So that's where we are. And then I was going to ask you, when you went home, did you have the opportunity to educate the people about vote buying and stuff like that? Because we're all in the business of trying to educate.
No, ma'am, I did not.
I like your honesty. I appreciate
I did not, because honestly, like I said, looking at the condition of people, I now know why people will take 5,000 naira and 10,000 naira. I'm telling you, looking at the condition of people, things are really hard. when I mean things are really hard, people are suffering. There is hunger in the land. There is hunger. All the money I went home with, it finished. And I came back here and I still sent one person money. So, I mean, no matter how you educate them, when the time comes and you see somebody is thinking about eating food, 5 naira or 20 naira or 500 naira worth of rice, and somebody gives her 5,000 or 10,000, you think the person is not going to sell his or her vote. No. The problem is, you're talking about the Republic DR Congo. This is the time Nigeria is supposed to step in. But how can your house be on fire and you be chasing rats? You haven't intervened. You haven't fixed the problem in your country. And you are trying to go to another person, to go and fix the problem. So I don't really know much what is going on there in Congo. But I know that Kagame and one other African president, they are involved. So I don't know what the deal is all about. But the only thing I know is that we have a long way to go. Giant of Africa is not a giant of Africa, because if they are truly, truly giant of Africa, they will bring this war to an end. But there is war in their own country, so there is nothing they can do. They don't have no solution. When you don't have solution to fix your problem, how can you fix other people's problem? So I don't know, my sister. I don't know. But I know running away is not it's not the solution to the problem. We have a country, called Nigeria, but everybody's tired. People are mentally exhausted. People are mentally exhausted. People are tired. People are really, tired. So whatever that happens in Nigeria, they will adjust. We have learned to adjust to, even if they said fuel at 2,000 naira, we will still adjust. 5,000 naira, we will still adjust. It's not going to change anything. So I don't know. Can I come on? If you have solution, come on. Because as of now, I don't think.
I think like what you're saying is spot on. If we have the right, you can't. What would Tinubu do? Really, he doesn't have any gravitas to do anything there. It's not, and he's playing he's in the play hands of France. So, and if you look at those countries very well, Congo DR, Rwanda, Uganda, everything is in the Western guys are playing the game. So is it that, do you think that the African leaders trust Tinubu? They do not. They know they can't trust him.
They know he's a puppet.
They know he's a puppet. So he cannot mediate in anything in Africa. Even West Africa, he has not even Ecowas that is under supposed to be under his own jurisdiction. He can't even control
someone that lost how many countries now? How many countries come up for ECOWAS? Not before. How many? 3.
Yeah, about 4 countries, 3 countries left.
He never fit tell them they come back. Who born them?
Nah, DRC Uganda. But you see, if once you don't get the right leadership, that's what if during the time of Obasanjo don't already head towards that side, he will call Kagame on the phone. Kagame, I want to have a chat with you. You say, okay, sir. Then there's respect. You call 1 or 2 of the African leaders, they will come and sit down, they will talk. If it was the time of Nelson Mandela, Nelson Mandela call you, why won't you answer? You answer. You come and say, okay, sir, what do you want me to do? You say, okay, I want people to hold on first. Let's discuss. Let's stop this war first. Don't let children and women, let them be safe. Stop this issue. That's what will happen. And sometimes I look at Kagame. Your country went through genocide. You see the crisis that happened in Rwanda. At least think about it and say, okay, we know we want it's a struggle for resource, which is an age-old struggle globally. People always fight for land, fight for resource to control it. All right. If there was nothing in that Goma, if that place was as dry as anything, there's not going to be fight. Nobody will think of anything. But now this is where you need African leaders to come up, but there's no interest. If it's before, somehow those African leaders, even the stubborn ones like Gaddafi, they would have stepped in somehow and control the narrative and say, okay, guys, let's have a meeting. Have you ever heard of African Union meeting for long? No, it's completely gone. It's gone. It doesn't, after they've, all these strong men are out, nothing is happening again. So everybody's for himself. So except the Central African region, which is the three people we are talking now, Museveni, the oldest of them, Kagame, and Tshisekedi, if they come together with other guys around that region, maybe Ruto of Kenya, bring them together, but Ruto has his own problems. He has not been the shining light. South Africa, that you expect, okay, take leadership, since you are now the big boy in Africa, take leadership. No way, because he's playing his own politics, the BRICS politics. So he's not interested, you know, except Russia and China is interested in those minerals, which I think most of them are. But the US is also interested in those minerals because those coltan, they do a lot of things with coltan. Most of the industries in Europe, America, phones, laptops, turbine engines, flight engines, different kinds of things. So that is a melting pot. And Kagame and Museveni know it because they are using those things to also pay their own money. They're using it to get money for their countries. That's why the problem is happening. So everybody is running based on greed. But where is this place? Is it not in DRC? So why should Museveni and the other guy, Kagame, not come to an understanding and say, okay, we know it's here, but what can we get? You know, at least give us some things in terms of logistics and protection and all that. Not to give the rebels chance, and the rebels will be creating crisis. Meanwhile, as the rebels are creating crisis in that place, they're allowing mining to flow through. They're allowing the illegal mining to flow through, and they are creating passageways in Uganda and Rwanda for it to go. That's what's going on. So the crisis is fits what they want. It fits what they want, but they need to think of the bigger picture, because at the end of the day, the West doesn't care whether you people fight there. The most important thing, can you bring out those parts? Can there be a passageway for the coltan to come out? That's what's going on. Meanwhile, the local people don't even know what the coltan is. They've been sitting on it for millions of years. They never knew what it was, you know. All they know is that they are farming and doing things. Meanwhile, that whole place, you go there, nothing. It's like dry as anything. Same thing that was happening with the Niger Delta oil. Same thing that happens in Zamfara State. We talk of Zamfara. Zamfara has gold. Massive exports of gold there. But those gold, have we seen it? Have they counted how many gold that is in Zamfara? Do they show it on our export things? They don't show it. You know, it's the governors that's why in Zamfara, every governorship election in Zamfara is war, because the governor is going to sit on that gold mine and the Chinese will be taking it from flight. That's what's going on. Nobody is talking, no questions asked. You know, Nigerians are just doing their own thing. Where is the gold money? Just the way they are supposed to account for oil money, you are supposed to account for the gold money. So when you don't have proper leadership, everybody does what they do. That's why they don't want any good leadership in Africa. That's why they don't want any good leadership in Nigeria. No matter, you know, like you said, 5,000 people will sell their thing. But what do you expect the person to do? Somebody that's not eating for days. If you have not eaten for days, if somebody brings $100, you will say thank you very much. And that's the truth. So at the end of the day, our electoral laws, vote buying and all that is not really my problem. My problem is there's so many moving parts that the people want mediocre leadership. So when you have mediocre leadership, there's nothing that will happen. That will never happen. So I pray that the leaders within themselves will look within themselves and act. But if you look at it now, no African leader is even making noise, because all their houses are in and having problems. All their houses have problems. So, and they don't have the they don't have the people's backing. You know, the trust. There's no trust. There's trust deficit on the leadership in Africa. Most of the leaders in Africa have trust deficit. Nigeria is supposed to be the powerhouse, but Tinubu doesn't have. He has trust deficit. That's his biggest challenge. He grabbed the election, he ran with it, but when you don't have the trust of your people, other people will not trust you. That's just the truth. When you don't have the trust of your people, how do you go and talk in Africa? Have you seen Tinubu talk in any African something? They don't trust him now. No levels. It's just no levels. And it is the worst we have seen. I'm not saying Obasanjo was better. I'm not saying Goodluck Jonathan was better. Even Buhari self get levels. Buhari self. Buhari, at least, if he come out, they will just respect him. Say, okay, this man gets some kind of respect around himself. But Tinubu, nobody is saying, nobody respects him. That's the worst part. He's trying to get love, but the love is not there. You can't get, the process, you know, Obi said it, the process that brought you in is the problem. The process. If you want it clearly, then somehow you have the respect globally, but the process, no way. So for me, I hope they can settle down that war. Let's not allow it to escalate. We saw what happened in Sierra Leone. We saw what happened in Liberia. It was the same diamonds. Liberia and Sierra Leone war was about the diamonds. And even during the course of that war, the thing that propagates the war is that they still sell the diamonds for exchange of guns, for exchange of weapons. That's what's happening in Goma. In Goma, they are selling those things and they are getting weapons from and access through Rwanda and Uganda, unfortunately, which is sad.
So, well, hey, and I personally, for me though, right? I just care for peace in Africa. That's all I care about, to be honest. We don't need any type of war. Congo needs a break desperately. The amount of displaced people in the Congo, all over Africa. Why am I even focusing on just the Congo? All over, look at Sudan. Look at what happened with Sudan. But in having these conversations, I also want us to be conscious of the fact that, you know, we have, whether you like Kagame or not, he's working for his people. So we have to be careful when we approach, minding how we say it, the way, you know, what is being said as well. That we need to pay attention to that, so that we're not throwing, you know, these same people under the bus, because for all we know, they might just be looking for collateral damage. They might just be saying, you know what, out of these 3 people, 1 person need to go. I be like, say, don't want to get ways pass. Be like, say, you they do good things for people, more your come out first. Now, know as these people they operate. Hey, Mr. Manuel, welcome, oh, my brother, long time. How are you? Good to have you, bro. Thank you for stopping by. You know, it's so I don't know that now. I don't know that on the storytelling they talk, but that's where me I'm coming from. I'm not even, I cannot say I'm an expert on the subject of the conflict that's happening. I've heard all the stories and I'm still learning about it. But at the same time, let's also be aware that these people, now who they want through other bus, now they probably they look for. You know, so we know they know the full story finish. Sometimes they will just trickle their information. Behind the scene, there's another plan that they have. When they do their meeting for night, we know they there. They go don't gather, they go don't talk. As they do Berlin conference, maybe now that one that they do again, and you don't know. We don't know. You see what I'm saying? I read the comment. I think it was.
I wish Tinubu will come out from his high horse and send Obasanjo, but he will not want to, because he will feel that Obasanjo will take all the glory. but he needs to understand that at this moment, but Tinubu doesn't have time for these things. That's unfortunate. But if he really cares about Africa, he would have said, okay, you know what? I'll send somebody of influence. Send Obasanjo there. All right. Kagame respects Obasanjo. Museveni respects Obasanjo.
But
All right.
Obasanjo can still go. He doesn't need
No. He needs no Nigerian president leaves Nigeria without telling the person in seat. It's a normal protocol.
Oh, I
You
see.
can't leave.
Okay.
You can't travel out of Nigeria without communicating to the head of state. No, even if you are going for a health check, no former president can do that. Yeah, it's a rule. So they have. So if you move like that, and you now start going to talk to Ruto and all that without T-Pain knowing, you have created, and he can't know now. Yeah, there'll be real problems.
No, I don't think.
Problem for him.
I don't think if he's going on a private visit, he needs to notify the president. But he can go if he's going to go and mediate anything concerning another country. He must be going on behalf of the country, and he needs to notify the current president. But if he's going for
I think for ex-presidents, if they are going out, even for outside the country for private things,
they still have to notify the current president.
Yeah, they won't tell you. They won't say, "Oh, what they are going," but they'd have to notify that they are getting out of the country.
I'm not aware of that.
They have a lot of security protocols for them.
I think you're right, because this X, this and X that, they're among the people also milking the resources of the state.
Yeah, they do that. If they're grateful because they
together,
have lifetime healthcare.
Yeah, they're among the people milking ex-general, these ex-chief of army staff. These guys are just, they are feeding, but their straw is just permanently latched to the resources. Sucking
what
and
do you
sucking
expect
and
now?
sucking.
What do you expect?
Non-stop.
It comes with the office. It comes with the office. What do you expect? They have permanent, they have orderlies, they have all that. So anytime they are leaving the country for any reason, they notify the presidency.
Yeah.
They don't need to go
most
there.
of them ruined.
They just need to notify the presidency that they'll be out of the country in a while. That's all.
The space called Nigeria.
But if they are now going for something like a mediation, like what if he was saying, then that one they need to have that sit down discussion. Okay, you'll be going on behalf of the country. They may not even tell the whole world. They may not tell Nigerians. You just see that the person has moved out, and before you know, the person is engaging. They use different diplomatic channels to see whether they can, because they know that the more there's crisis in Africa, the more, after some time they will tell, with Donald Trump is not ready to pay for any crisis. He's not going to send money to any crisis. So if people don't know what they are doing, let them just calm down, because if they're expecting somebody to send money for crisis, Oga Donald will not do that one. That one for sure, he will not do it. He's keeping his money for his country. All right. The people that will do all these small crises, like maybe Russia, maybe the Russians want to get an advantage of the mines, because the mine is the main thing. If there's no mine, nobody has interest. Nobody's sending weapons anywhere. So where is this coming from? They need to track where it's coming from, which they know. We don't have access to it. They have access to it. They should track where it's coming from. And if it's coming, and the gatekeepers, Kagame, Museveni are the gatekeepers. All right, gatekeepers, how far now? Let's calm down. I think you just need somebody to talk with them, somebody that they respect. And I think OBJ is the man that they can respect.
Are you even talking about?
But this your veneration of OBJ this night. I'm just wondering, why you're trying to cloak the man.
I'm not saying that the man is perfect. I'm not saying that the man is not. He doesn't have his own problem. I'm saying that based on, at the end of the day, you need a negotiator. You need somebody, and when you are negotiating something, even in your family house, let's say two kids are quarreling, two small children are quarreling. Who do they come to? Is their mother or their father? Because at least they will give them respect. They will stop and listen. So sometimes you need some kind of elders, some kind of people that can go into that space, which they respect. People that they respect, you have to look for it. That's how mediation is done. You have to, if you send somebody that they don't send, they don't even want to talk to, they will even come out and talk to him. That's the truth. These are all very alpha males. They are all alpha males. They are Museveni is 20-something or something years in office. Kagame is almost going to 20 years in office, or 16. They are very big colossus.
But don't you
Yes.
consider both of them as dictators? Don't you consider them? Because that's not democracy. I mean, even though indirectly, that's what they say they practice.
My sister Ify, not every country practices democracy. China does not practice democracy. Democracy is not the only practice of government that is the purest.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. They may not, they are not dictators because they have elected them in their own process. They do elections in Uganda. Their terms of office is different from Nigerian term of office. So you can, based on their own constitution, they are not dictators. It's just that they have hung on for so long. The same way I will call the Russian president a dictator, but the truth is that he's working on their constitution that allows him to be elected. So in the Ugandan constitution, it allows Museveni to be elected. In the Rwanda constitution, he has changed it. He changed it recently. So it allows him to continue another 8 years. And they asked Obasanjo during an interview about the same issue with Kagame. So he said he called Kagame and said, Kagame, what's going on now? Don't you want to hand over? Kagame now said his problem is that he has not seen anybody, and he can't trust most of these people, because if he does it, the country may go into some chaos. And if you look at
so what's gonna happen when he dies?
Allow me to land. Now, okay, this guy now said, why don't you at least train some 1 or 2 people, so that at the end of the day you have a choice to make. So Kagame, if you look at Libya, now they have removed the Libyan strongman. Is Libya still active? No, Libya is not active. Libya is struggling. So sometimes nations are very there are different problems in nations. So those are issues. Maybe Kagame wants to install his son. I don't know. His son is in the army. So for me, he respects some voices. And that's why I'm propping Obasanjo. If you're already having a discussion with such a man, Obasanjo can find a way to talk to these 2 people, Museveni and Kagame, and they will listen to him. First of all, they will not tell him to shut up. They will listen to him because he will be a respected elder. Then they can now, from there, you start slowly finding solutions to stop. At least let there be a ceasefire. At least when there's a ceasefire in the environment, then people can start talking. You always need this kind of situations. Look at Russia and Ukraine. A big dog is going to come there and he's going to talk to them. Trump is going to talk to the 2 big guys, and you will see how the thing will move. Look at the issue of Israel and Hamas. You need a big dog there. You need the Americans there. The American president has to be front and center. Say, okay, guys, hold on, let things be calm. So sometimes it's not that you like Trump or you like Biden. That's not the situation now with that Congo issue. The Congo issue needs ceasefire. So you need a strong elder that will come in there and say, okay, guys, let's hold on. Because of families, because of people, displaced people, let's calm down. This is Africa. The 2 guys will listen to him. They will listen to him.
Is OBJ going there based on, is it the OBJ that doesn't get along with Tinubu or what? I don't.
That's what I asked now. That's what I asked the first time.
The thing is that Africa is messed up. I mean, I don't even know where to start, to be honest with you, my brother.
That's why I said Tinubu, will Tinubu bring down himself from his pride? Because
he that is even afraid. How can he bring, knowing that he stole election? How can he even go there to go talk to them? You see, that is the problem. They don't have respect.
It's not him that we go now. It's not him. I'm
They
saying
don't
that
have
he
respect
can.
for him, so he should go.
No, he can send somebody. You don't need to go.
Who will
You
he
can.
send?
That's why I say OBJ. If he
The
humbles
one that
himself,
they don't talk to.
if he humbles himself and say,
Bro.
OBJ, I beg, go and deal with this
For
issue.
where?
OBJ will use that as a cloud.
They will not do that.
Doesn't want anything that will
But
take
what am I
clout
saying
against.
today about OBJ? The same OBJ. Do you people think we have short memory or what? OBJ is the architect of the problems we have in Nigeria today, in modern day.
He
It was
contributed
Obasanjo
to
that
that. I
destroyed the
won't say
electoral
he is the
system.
architect. He
It
contributed
was
to
Obasanjo that destroyed the electoral system. During Obasanjo's time as president of Nigeria, there were no elections. The results were written in his bedroom. In fact, Obasanjo wanted to destroy Anambra State. He wanted to destroy Anambra State. When Peter Obi became governor of Anambra State, Obasanjo visited Anambra. And a few days after he left, Peter Obi was impeached by Obasanjo's PDP. Obasanjo sent soldiers to kill more than 2,000 people in Zakibia. Obasanjo sent soldiers to kill more than 2,000 people in Odi in Bayelsa State. Obasanjo, when he was president, the Niger Delta, the agitation in the Niger Delta, Obasanjo could not resolve it. It was when Yar'Adua became president that the problem was resolved.
Okay, let me
Obasanjo
correct you
was
on that.
president
Let me
when there
correct.
was
Wait.
remember
Before you go,
Obasanjo
let me
wanted
correct
to change the
you.
constitution.
What did he do in
Let me
Sudan?
wait.
to
Let
What did
me
he do in
correct
Liberia?
you.
What did he
Wait.
do
Let
in
me correct.
Angola?
Okay.
What did he do
Let
in
me
Sierra
answer
Leone?
you. Let me answer you. You said he did not do anything for the Niger Delta. Do you know that him bringing what's his name, Goodluck Jonathan, was a method to pacify the Delta? Bringing Goodluck Jonathan as vice president was a method to pacify the Delta. Every other thing you said is correct. We are not saying we are short men. We are dealing with two different things. We are dealing with somebody that has clout internationally, and you cannot take it away from that man. For some reason, Obasanjo has clout outside Nigeria a lot. Whenever he goes to anywhere in Africa and even globally, he has clout.
So what did he do in Sudan?
So what we're saying is this: we're trying to resolve an issue. You may not like the uncle. The uncle may be drunkard. The uncle may be a very rubbish uncle, but somehow people respect that uncle outside. So somehow you carry him so that he can do that negotiation thing for you if you are interested in it. That is all I'm saying. I'm not saying that he is the best man, he has good character, he has not done atrocities. That's not my argument. For this particular, so you have to look at what I'm looking at as an issue. Okay, there's an issue in a particular in 3 countries in Africa. Which African leader? Give me an example. Give me 3 African leaders that you can say can go there and create a good negotiation to calm things down. Give me. I've given you my one. I think that can do it. Give me 3. Give me 3. You can't find them.
The scale of the crisis in Democratic Republic of Congo, is it greater than it has been historically?
It's not greater than it has been historically, but it has a tendency to escalate pretty fast in that area. It doesn't wait. When you are seeing it like that, that was what Mobutu Sese Seko was experiencing. Before you know, Kabila from the bush, he took over. He took over government. He walked into the Congo, and from the forest, he moved into the Congolese presidential palace. So you don't say, oh, is it still? I don't think it's anything. I don't think it's anything. Look at today. We are dealing with banditry. We are dealing with Boko Haram. Do you know when Boko Haram started? When it started, the DSS gave information to the president, and this was even before the time of Goodluck Jonathan. They looked at it when Goodluck Jonathan came. They said, oh, they are just a small group of people that decide they said they don't like Western education. Maybe we'll just try and watch them. But what did he do? It was bred, and some politicians capitalized on it and weaponized it. So you can never say, oh, let's just relax. The thing is not too, it's not been as worse as it. So you want it to grow to be worse before you take action? No. Something that can envelop the whole of Central Africa. Don't you know, as soon as it starts, it
so what has
mobilizes other
Obasanjo
groups.
done about the Boko Haram that has involved more than 3 countries now? What has Obasanjo done about it?
About what?
Because Boko Haram has taken more lives than the crisis in Congo.
Now you are now dealing with a local issue. A local issue is under the purview of whoever is the head of state at that moment. So first person that this crisis hit on his leg was Goodluck Jonathan. Goodluck Jonathan tried his best. They had to shift elections. He had mobilization from the West to fight this thing. He fought it to a bit, but he didn't return as president. There was expectations that Buhari will fight this, but Buhari was sympathetic to it. So it is based on whoever is the leader of government, because it's your local issue. You are the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. You don't expect Obasanjo, who is no longer commander-in-chief of armed forces, to come and start dealing with an issue that is national and local. What we are talking about is international diplomacy to help in Africa. That's what we're talking. We're talking about African diplomacy. And sometimes most presidents don't go themselves. Most presidents go when everything has been finalized by back channels. So you have to use your back channels to help in Africa. So the question I'm asking is, who in Africa can move through the back channels to talk to Kagame and Museveni? So you will look at who are the people that they normally talk to, who are the people that those people can listen to. If you want to talk to Russian government now, who will you talk to, who will you send to talk to Putin? You will use the guy from Belarus, because the guy from Belarus is friendly with him. That's how these guys run their things. So it's just that is it in the interest of Nigeria for the Congo to be at peace? That's a big question. Is it in the interest? But I feel that every Nigerian president should keep the African issue and as front burner, peace in Africa. So if there should be peace in Africa, okay, these African brothers, there's some problem happening, and we know the root channel of it. Okay, how can we talk to them? Who is it that can talk to 2 of them? You look for the uncle that can do it. You don't think, oh, the uncle, he did not do this. He did not do this in his uncle. What is he going to? Because they respect him there, maybe because they have not seen all his atrocities at home, but they respect him. So we are using the power of that respect to try and control the narrative happening there. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Well, when Obasanjo was president, I think we really had crises involving more than one nation at the same time, like national, crisis that could snowball into a war between 2 countries or 3 countries, really. So it's difficult to say what he would have
but
done.
we had a crisis in Equatorial Guinea. All right, there was a coup d'etat in Equatorial Guinea. The president ran to Nigeria. Obasanjo went there and called the guys that took over and told them, step down. You can't do this here. We're not allowing military boys take over here. So I give you time. Step down. Let them live, no problem. Everything will go. And the boys listen to him now. They step down. And he reinstated the president. Why? Because Equatorial Guinea, they have oil. And Nigeria controls some of those oils. That's the truth. So Nigeria controls some of those operations. So he must have told them, look, guys, if you do like this, this is what you will see. All right? They respected him. He's been a former general. They said, okay. no problem. But the man was annoying us. He said, okay, calm down, nothing will happen to you. He will come, everything will go peacefully. So he handled the crisis right there in his domot in the West Coast. And yeah, thank you for Sao Tome and Principe. Thank you very much. It was Sao Tome and Principe. So
Sao Tome and Principe, come on.
Yeah.
That's a place that is like
yeah. Now you are saying come on, but to those people, to the Sao Tome people, it was a crisis. You can't. This is the problem with Nigerians. We believe two things. Meanwhile, you cannot. Is that not a country? Is Sao Tome and Principe not? So when they're having crisis, because they are small, you think their crisis is not meaningful. No, because that crisis there, Obasanjo knows that crisis there can spill over to the Niger Delta area. That crisis there is going to deal with the oil prices. So he needs to calm it down.
Sao Tome and Principe that Ecowas installed the president? Is it the Sao Tome and Principe?
I don't know.
You know, in one of those countries, I think Sao Tome and Principe.
Yeah, but for Ecowas to install president of a nation, do you think he did it by his strength? Don't you know that he has backing from the government that he's representing? Those things are back channel things.
It's difficult to say what Obasanjo would have done in this.
No. Obasanjo in AU circles, Obasanjo was well respected in AU circles. They respected Obasanjo.
Obasanjo has a lot of respect in the world, though. I'm telling you guys. There was a time. I was somewhere once, and I was.
It's unbelievable, but it's shocking.
Yeah. There was I was having a conversation with someone from a different. It was one of these European countries, right? And we're talking, and I found out from Nigeria. Oh, the first name that came out of his mouth was Obasanjo. Great guy. Oh my God, great guy. There was another African there. The guy is well known. No, forget. Don't underestimate the influence of Obasanjo. Hate him or not.
There was a conference. There was a solid minerals conference that they held in a part of Asia, and they invite all African countries for that. All African countries doing mining and all that. So Nigeria is also invited with different businesses, and even some of our senators they go. But Nigeria will always send a representative that is heading the delegation. This was during Goodluck Jonathan's time. Goodluck Jonathan did not go. He sent Obasanjo to head the Nigerian delegation. I was in that conference. If you see the clouds, the day they said Obasanjo was coming, that was the Nigerian day that Obasanjo will be speaking for the delegation. That's when you know the man has clouds. Me, I was vexing. I was annoyed. I said, nonsense, man. Look at all the things he has done. Why are people rushing him? But the truth is that he get clouds. He walked into that space. You knew he owned it. Now, I went again for the conference because they do it yearly. The next year, they sent in Fayemi, the former Ekiti governor. So Fayemi was currently Solid Minerals. He was Minister of Solid Minerals. When Fayemi came, nobody sent Fayemi. I'm not joking. No, I'm telling you. Every African wanted a handshake. They wanted to see Obasanjo. You will feel, you will see aura. I'm not joking. So there are certain things that somehow somebody, just like somebody arguing, it's just like somebody arguing with Peter Obi. Oh, why do people love him? You cannot take it away from him. No matter how Showere tries. No way. The guy get clout.
Well, Obasanjo is popular. Peter Obi is popular, but for different reasons. Popular for different reasons.
Sorry, the guy get clout.
Remember that Obasanjo was a puppet of the West, because they
Who is not puppet?
No, Obasanjo was among the people used during the Civil War. That's one. And then when Murtala Mohammed was was
You
unfortunately
see, my argument with you is
assassinated.
not about Obasanjo being bad. You are not getting my argument. I'm not
So
saying
one
that
is
all those things
influenced,
you are.
but someone posted here while you were talking about what Obasanjo did for Nigeria, and I was really annoyed. You know, one missed or something posted that Obasanjo is respected because of this and what he did for Nigeria. Come on, this guy destroyed Nigeria. You know.
Okay, I think the thing is this. See, the thing is this. You look at. Let me bring up. I'll call two leaders that are not Nigerians. One, Gaddafi. Gaddafi is not the nicest of leaders. Gaddafi is a bad guy. Gaddafi was sponsoring some kind of things. But there are certain things he did for Libya that the Libyans can now check and say, "Che God, this man did something for us." Another guy I will talk is the Egyptian guy. What's his name? The former Egyptian president. Forgotten that his name. The former Egyptian president.
Mubarak.
Mubarak. Mubarak is like that too. Worse. But the day they removed Mubarak due to the Arab Spring, and then the country did election, and there was space, and they brought in the Muslim Brotherhood. Bro, Muslim Brotherhood did not last because the people saw night and day. Their freedoms were shrinked. They changed it quickly. Al-Sisi came and took over. Quick. And the people started celebrating Al-Sisi. And currently, Al-Sisi is the current president. So what I'm telling you is that there are no good leaders. Even Obama, as fine as he is, he was doing his own things too. Even Trump. So at the end of the day, these guys are not perfect. Number one, Obasanjo has done all the things. What we are talking about is in context of a regional problem. And when you have a regional problem, you have to use your best foot forward to solve that problem. If you send now Obi to that place, Kegami may not talk to Obi. To be fair, he may not have a relationship with him. If you send, who will you send? Will you send Shetima? Kegami may not talk to Shetima. No, let's talk. I'm trying to bring solution.
No.
Who will he talk to? So you will bring the person that when he enters that place,
Would rather
say,
send my
what
aunt
happened?
than Shetima.
You know, you say, Oga, waiting happen. You say, okay, guys, I know say when they fight too. I just coming for here, let them be settled. Remove Obasanjo. You can even manage to send Goodluck Jonathan. At least Goodluck Jonathan don't make name for himself. You know, the first man to say, okay, I'm not going to contest my election. I accept. That thing he did has given him a clout in Africa. So you can even send that kind of person because it's about respect and clout to solve regional conflicts. Because we have to solve it. Because the conflict will affect you one way or the other. You may think, oh, I'm in Nigeria, it doesn't affect me. No. Conflicts like this affect the continent.
So
we should not be
what happens
only
to the African Union that is funded by the European Union?
I ask you a question now. Have you seen any African Union meeting in the past 3 years? Tell me.
No,
have you
but
seen any?
you know, in reality, there is no African Union really.
No, in
funded
paper
by
there's
the European
African Union. In paper there's African Union, but African Union died a long time ago. The last time they had any substantial African Union thing, was maybe in the first tenure of Buhari or last tenure of this thing.
Before
No,
Buhari
I'm telling you, I'm
had...
saying that. So African Union was very thick those times when you had the Gaddafis, the Obasanjos, the big boys. They discuss, but Africa doesn't have like strong leaders. Most of the strong leaders have been overcome by the West. So that's why there must be a renaissance. But we cannot wait for a renaissance while there are a lot of regional problems. So you will use your last cards, you use your top big boys that are still alive to try and execute issue. Museveni has seen every president. Museveni is just like Mugabe. They are old presidents. You know they go. So that kind of person is an old man. Who will he talk to? A small boy? No. He will talk to somebody that says, okay. This is not big boy. Now big boy come here today. All right, what do you want? What do you want? Okay, this is my problem. This is my problem, sir. This is my problem. You need that kind of negotiation. You need that kind of negotiation. Even America and all the West, if there's too much crisis, they will still look for these big boys I'm talking about, like Obasanjo, to create the negotiations. All these things we are talking, there's people that have clout, and unfortunately, they have it. How they have it, we don't know. Obasanjo took us out of debt now. How did he do it? It's negotiation with the West, negotiation. It's not saying we can hate him, we may not love him, but forget. Africa doesn't have anything. There's not been African Union thing since for long, because the African Union was people like Jerry Rawlings, people like Obasanjo and Gaddafi, Mubarak. And when they come for African Union, when they come like that, so okay, men don't show. Okay, let me talk. Let's discuss. All of us have weapons in our hand. We have guns. They're all generals. They need a fair face. But now, nothing now. Too much weaklings everywhere. So at the end of the day, when there's crisis, who will talk to them? Who will talk to who? You need people. You need
too much international bambialas with their empty plates.
your president no be in they go, no be T-Pain say make them give them, no be burger. Say let them give him burger to give the children. That's the problem.
But my this thing, if Obasanjo had channeled those intermediary strength to developing Nigeria, because Obasanjo had the singular goodwill, when we return to democracy. Obasanjo didn't have much pressure when he came into office in 1999.
I agree with you.
And he had that opportunity to set Nigeria on a path of success. And if he had done that, there probably wouldn't be as much problems in Africa, because Nigeria would have, if you consider our population, we would have taken that lead in Africa. I was discussing with a South African last year, and was telling me that the problem that the South Africans have with Nigeria is not about maybe one Nigerian being caught with so and so. No. They said that the problem that they have is that Nigeria has not taken leadership, that we are still struggling, that if Nigeria had gotten it right, that even South Africa will not be in the position they are today. So,
we agree that. I'm not
a fan of Obasanjo at all. Whatever he's done,
my argument is, your argument with you is not about whether all this.
I'm not a fan of Obasanjo myself. We're well aware of the fact that Obasanjo did not do much for Nigeria. I'm not in fact, I personally, I don't even like to hear his name.
For instance,
but you see, in regards to what's going on in Africa, we cannot deny his influence, and that's the focus of the conversation. Go ahead. Yeah. Sorry.
It's just like, no problem. It's okay. It's just like what Omo is saying. Our focus of discussion is not Obasanjo the man or the Obasanjo the president. If we go there, then we'll see all his mistakes, where he was right, where he did well, and the places where he needs to answer questions. All right, for some of the atrocities that happened in government and how he messed up our election process. However, what we're talking about is, does he have an influence globally? If yes, then can it be leveraged on to solve a regional problem? That's all I'm saying. You may not like the man. Like I said, most of the generals that have ruled in Africa, they were not men that were liked, you know. But over the time, you will see, okay, I don't know why he was there. That's the truth. So today now, people have removed Assad of Syria. They have installed a former Al-Qaeda guy. Al-Qaeda. The people are jumping. Don't worry. Very soon they will start praying that Al-Assad should have been back, because he was more of a liberal guy, but deadly. So at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, Obasanjo can have a sort of influence over how these other actors are putting themselves in that Central African space. The question is, can T-Pain reduce his pride to allow Obasanjo take that position to do that? I don't think, because T-Pain will not want Obasanjo to carry clouds. He is always having that personal beef with him. All right, let's shift to Obasanjo. The next person that can likely do something may be Goodluck Jonathan, because he has some kind of mileage in Africa based on what he did before. We don't have the likes of Nelson Mandela, Thabo Mbeki's of this world. We don't have them around again. We don't have some kind of statesman-like leaders. And that is a big challenge for the African continent, that we need to start looking at initiating new kind of leadership. And you see that gradually Peter Obi is beginning to form that kind of cloud. The guy from Niger or Senegal, where is he from? Those military boys are beginning to find this kind of clout in Africa. People are talking about them. That's how you see that new breed come out. That's why they didn't want Peter Obi to come to Ghana for a discussion, because he's beginning to create that regional clout outside Nigeria. So if he continues his messaging, and all the other boys in West Africa continue their messaging, maybe they are the new voices. Maybe they are the new clout we are talking of, so that in future issues like this, they walk into that space and people will listen to them. But as it stands now, we don't have that. So we have to use some of our elders where we know like. You get me? If sometimes when people are going to do marriage, not be everybody will follow you for marriage you like, but you need that uncle. You need that uncle where you know like. Now him go talk, because now him go do the negotiation to marry this your wife. The main thing is say, I want to marry this girl. Now you go do the negotiation. You go give him everything he wants. Give him the snaps. Give him everything. Say, I beg, just talk. He has class. So let's just leave the matter. You are being personal. And I'm not going to do that personal one, because if we go there, we'll all hate OBJ. But we are saying OBJ is that uncle that you don't like. Let him come and do the work. Finish. That's all.
Yeah, we got to use him as a, because see, whether we like it or not, he has a huge influence in Africa. That's just the truth. People like him. People like OBJ. We have a lot of things that we can say about him, not setting the right foundation for Nigeria, and not doing what he was supposed to do, and not being a tool in the hands of these people. But he really carries a lot of influence in Africa and outside of Africa. So we can't deny that. Our own be say how we want to fix our country. OBJ don't do, don't come out. Whether you like him or not, we go say he don't try. When they interview him that day, they ask and say, do you have any regrets? Whatever. He say no get any regret. Now I say no, say this man, ego, then go be the end of most of these people. So you want to tell me you reflect, you sit down. That's if you even reflect at all. You don't see mistake when you fit talk, say, oh, or maybe he knows, but he doesn't want to say it outside because of the same ego. That's part of the problem we have. We have leaders who feel like they are way above certain lines of questioning, and respond from a place of ego as opposed to a place of humility. Nobody can be like Peter Obi. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's true.
Nobody. See, this Peter
Okay.
Obi that we have.
Look at
It,
now. We have. Sorry to cut it. We
go
have
ahead.
two presidents. We have Buhari and we have OBJ. Why is it that I'm not saying that Buhari should go and do that job? Why don't know waiting to talk? Why don't get level?
Buhari where go put toothpick from us go there.
Buhari doesn't have anything to offer. Okay, look at the current issue we had globally in the ICC, the International Court. They called Buhari, they called Obasanjo to come and talk about the Mambila Plateau issue. I think we have not even discussed that issue yet. The Mambila Plateau contract. Obasanjo went there and told them, when this contract was brought out, we discussed in the executive council that will not approve the contract. Yet a minister went ahead and approved it. So it was already not approved as executive. They now called Buhari to come and talk in France. Because he's still paying that cost. Got there to go and talk. Buhari goes to talk. He said he's not aware of what happened. Oh my God. That he's not aware of the thing so much, blah, blah, blah. That actually, yes, they allowed the contract that Nigeria is supposed to pay the money. Contradictory. How can a president say he's unaware? Meanwhile, Obasanjo that ruled before you is aware of when that thing came. But a president that rules decades later says he's not aware of the thing so much. Mambila Plateau project, a big project in the world. You know, say we were it's like we were on voicemail, one chance. one chance of Buhari. So that kind of person, he doesn't have anything. He was more interested in his Niger brothers. Buhari has never been really interested in Niger. He's more interested in Niger. That's where he has his cousins. So at the end of the day, if you look at, okay, I have two uncles, Buhari or Obasanjo. Tell me, bro, tell me. Who you go say and say, go talk for me? It's very obvious. So that's why nobody talks about Buhari. He's just there taking care of his cows and discussing with his brothers in Niger that he gives things to. So he doesn't have any influence aside. Okay, look at even Niger. Niger that had problems. Did he get any influence? He couldn't influence in Niger. He couldn't influence. The boys in Niger will pursue him with Koboko. so there's no influence. There's no influence outside. But at least somewhere that has small rep, will allow him to help us to see that the Africans don't kill themselves for nothing.
Exactly.
Like during Pharaoh Timi say, don't die in their war.
Mm-hmm.
This war now that is happening there is a few people's war. It's few people, and they are killing families, displacing homes. What we are saying is that let's find a way to solve the matter. If people are quarreling, you find a way to solve it, even if you don't like the uncle or the auntie that is coming. But if she can talk to your husband and talk to your wife, that there will be peace. You will look for the solution. Finish. Yeah, those boys will flog Buhari now. Now what? They go flog. I mean, imagine there. They go flog him seriously. That Goita guy from Niger need a play. It's not playing. They are not playing.
Assuming Goita, right? The guy no even fit stand the leaders for that Nigeria. To be honest, he didn't give opportunity. Oh my God.
They vex. If they come
the guy
near
they vex, he dey body.
Buhari cannot near there now. But Buhari built a train line. Forced us to build a train line from there to Niger, so that they can be going by train, coming to vote, going back, visiting his cousins. So he tells you that he doesn't really care about Nigeria, really. But Obasanjo went there and defended Nigeria, so that Nigeria doesn't pay a lot of, almost 2 billion. 2 billion, if we lose that case, now 2 billion straight up, they pay out. And Obasanjo went there and said, no, the contract was not existing because it was not approved from the Executive Council. Then Buhari comes and starts saying, "Oh, I don't know. I'm not really aware."
Chiani is the one in Niger. That's right. Chiani is the one
Chiani.
in Niger. Asimi
I'm not
Goita is
aware.
who?
I'm not aware. Yeah.
Where
Goita
is-
is the other. Goita
Is it
should be Chad
Mali?
or something. Other Mali. I think Mali.
Yeah, because Traore is Burkina Faso.
Yeah. Goita is Mali. Chiani is the Niger one. When they reach there, those guys will flock person. You know, you come near there. They don't even respect any. Have you seen Tinubu go near those boys? Have you seen
Oh, yeah,
Tinubu go near those
they're
boys?
not born aware.
Those boys will slap Tinubu. See how Traore march inside environment, Ghana. March inside there. Go and touch him. Even Tinubu would have been shaking in his boots. Go and touch him. He will slap you. They have no respect or regard for us. That's the worst part. I've never seen Nigeria to that level. There's no respect, no regard.
Yeah, now what do they want now? When you force yourself enter, when the people reject you, that's what happens.
So,
Asimi Goita is Mali. Okay. Mali. Yeah, we were right.
Yeah.
Burkina Faso is that
And they
train.
are
I don't
broken
know
out
if it's
of what-
still operating. No. Okay, you said no. Yeah, it's not operating. That line when you build that train line, say it's probably not operating.
Why is it not operating now?
I don't know. It says that train operating, still operating. No.
T-Pain has closed it now.
T-Pain. Lagos APC were busy defending everything Buhari did for 8 years until they saw he was not ready to give them power. When they got sure of the power, they started supporting him again. While Nigeria. Now, so Nwachukwu, I don't know. I mean, we gotta do what we gotta do. For me, these leaders in Africa, whatever, if they're gonna send Obasanjo, if T-Pain will tuck his tail behind his legs and let Obasanjo, the one that has charisma, to go and intercede, let him go. And we don't need this fighting. It's too much. When we in Africa get a break, every time, fight. Like say we know the sabi reason as human beings, which is not the case.
Is it the only continent that has resource? Other continents have resource, but where is
Continents
our
have resource. I don't understand. Every time fight. I know that, and then the people that they enable this their fight, now the shadow people. Now then, they go whisper for one ear. They go give everything. Greed. Not
That's
the lady people see with.
Greed is not allowing us. Greed is not allowing us. Yeah, is that greed and the poverty in Africa is really not because most of these leaders you see in Africa, they are seriously rich because they sell these things. They sell these things like with one stroke of the pen.
Of course.
They sell mines, they sell things, and they get houses in France, Switzerland, but they are not like how much wealth will you get that you cannot tell the people, okay, before I sign this thing, you build 3 hospitals, you build this educational thing, you send this consistently. Then at least, the level of why is it that Traore, in how many months, he has changed the economy?
He just buy new aircraft now for their national carrier. You know, see him. The guy is moving with the speed of lightning. Every day now, anytime I remember that man, I pray for him. This Traore, every day I remember him, I go just say a prayer for him. May they not see him by day, may they not see him by night, may they not see him by
night. They look for
maybe that man becomes wind for their hand. When they look for him to catch and they say, see him for there, don't somehow the universe will hide them. I'm telling you, that guy has to live till 100. Walai. He has to live till 100, making people get chance, enjoy him, so that he can also bring up more people like him. I'm telling you, we need leaders like that in Africa. Imagine
so
that kind of person. Go ahead.
Tomorrow now, they will say, oh, Traore is a dictator. He's a militant.
Thank you. Oh, he's working for his people.
We need to control the narrative.
Yes.
He needs to work for his people. And sometimes he has to do some things.
that you
that
won't
will be very,
like,
you
that
don't like.
that you are not comfortable with, but that's
The
what's good for
the
his
Ghana we
people.
see today, the Ghana we see today that has stability in terms of democracy, it was not like that. Jerry Rawlings had to do some kind bad stuff
Of
and
course, the
close
beautiful ones are
articles.
not yet born. You've read that book now. The
Yeah, so that
corruption, the decay in the Ghanaian society at that time. Oh my
was
God.
too bad.
They
It
had
was
to
too bad.
literally cleanse. Jerry Rawlings had to cleanse her.
You know, to get it back to where it is now. Ghana election is steady. It's based on who win, you go get them. No dragging, no dragging. You know, and that's why I support my brother. I expected Obasanjo to set in tone the country. If Obasanjo has set our electoral processes right, we will not be here talking about good Lord Jonathan.
Obasanjo that wanted to do third term. Not be Obasanjo bring corruption for Senate. Now he starts to the bribe senators now. He's the one that introduced it. He's the one that created the mess that we are currently living through right now.
That's the truth, you know. And thank God he's alive to see that.
Exactly. That's what
What he
Daily
has
Parrot to me
planted,
says. That he's
you know,
happy that he's alive to see the mess he
to
created.
see the mess he have created, because he had the opportunity. Even when Yaradua was he had he should have even put, not good Lord, put Donald Duke.
Donald Duke is what I wanted. You see that election? It was Donald. I was like, when they now said Obasanjo said no, Donald Duke should sit down. It's not his time or something like that. That thing there, oh my! I think that's when I just like switched off Nigerian politics completely. I was so upset that they did not choose Donald Duke with what Donald Duke did in Akwa Ibom. Oh my God. Imagine if we had a Donald Duke at that time. Imagine where Nigeria would have been today. I beg, Obasanjo, I'm sorry, even though, he has a lot of, well, that's not what we're talking about. I
You see
just
what
wanted
guy
to.
said. You see what guy said. T-Pain stopped the dam on Niger River that will supply electricity.
Now.
And now, because now France, now, I say France toy boy.
Of course.
Boy.
You know, see as they welcome her for France when he come down, when they roll out red carpet, they come with they sing, chop my money, chop my money. God, I say, wow. So take the handle, the France leader handle, Macron, because they speak pidgin. He used pidgin, right? Walai talai. I see him, I say, wow. Who know what this man don't sign to this Macron fellow? Eh? I beg you. I know, I'm only Duke, I don't know about Imoke. Now, Duke, I know. I was not saying, hell, we had a Duke. Can you imagine where Nigeria would have been with somebody like Duke? Eh? Let's say after the Duke, the Moke we enter. After, like, the best of the best, let them rule. No. Then they do favoritism. Look at the corruption. Now the corruption
Cross River has always had good governors.
That's
Cross River, look at their governorships. Very correct.
They are lucky.
Every governor is doing what they need to do. That's one of the best states to go to.
Okay, it was in Cross River. I don't know, all of them are the same idea. I'm sorry.
Donald Duke, he went to Lai Limoke. After Lai Limoke, he went to the third person that came. That one, a professor, they talk English. They speak too much English.
Which one now, JJ, whether not pastor or whatever it be?
Yeah, the next one was a pastor after.
The one that's currently there now, that's the pastor. They just built one big church.
No, the pastor own. He's not Akwa Ibom. The pastor guy is Akwa Ibom.
My God, the one that said, I think he did the Friday drink, like they can drink free drinks.
That's Akwa Ibom. That's Akwa Ibom.
Hey God, I beg you. That man is not doing anything for his people though.
That place is already very clean, set up. These stages, but at least they are enjoying now free drinks. Now, wow. Who they give you free drink for Nigeria? Free drinks.
So it was the funny place now. That's what it means.
No, it's a happy hour now. It's called happy. It's happy hour. At least People can drink palm wine. They don't need to fight. They just need
Do they have an
but that place is,
international airport there?
I think they have, but that was where the place that P2B wanted to put the seaport.
Yeah, it would have been perfect. And they need an international airport too.
So that they can be doing you can, instead of going through Lagos, you can always move and bring your goods through Cross River.
Right.
But you see, people will not want to approve all those ports. If we approve all the ports in Nigeria, Lagos will be decongested in minutes. Because when you do that, people don't need to come through Lagos. You can put factories in the Niger Delta. That's why the governors, they are not thinking. They are not thinking. You make more money. You put one seaport in Cross River, put another seaport in there's a seaport in Port Harcourt in One. You know, you refurbish it, put it up, you'll be making money, millions through all those places, you know, and then you decongest. People will now start putting their warehouses in those states to move their goods, and Lagos will be decongested immediately. That whole money that they are making in Lagos will come down to normal. Then they will now become like normal Western states that are just dealing with other things. But at least they will have a seaport. We have 3 moving goods. This whole issue will stop, but they don't want it because it's a strategy. Look at the train lines. We only did the northwestern line, but the southeast line, northeast southeast line, they abandoned it. Nobody's talking about it today till today. Buhari just put all the Chinese money on the northeast, the northwest and southwest where he is, and then he transferred money for the Daura to Niger line. So they left the whole of Nigerian southeast and northeast. There's supposed to be a train line coming from the northeast down. He left that one. And today nobody is talking about it. It's just the selfishness of leaders, you know. If they think through, even Africa, we're supposed to have train lines to cut across the whole of Africa, from the north to the south, east to west. Have major train line that runs from North Africa down to South Africa, and runs from East Africa to West Africa. Then through our intercontinental connectivity, we move. We don't even need visas. And we make it a one economic hub.
Exactly.
If you create that, even if you don't make it United States of Africa, but you interlink, create the hub for trading, for things go shift now.
Seriously,
but you have too many individualistic mindsets, and when the Western guys will call you, they will give you some small change. They give you some small change, tell you this, tell you this, tell you this, because they like it divided. It's divide and rule system. Like it divided, give you this, or talk to you here, talk to this one, jump your head together, collect what they want and move out.
Of course.
Which is sad. Which is very
it's sad,
sad.
but we'll get there. We have to keep talking to each other. We have to keep pushing. We have to keep educating. We have to keep enlightening. We can't get tired. If we get tired, we take a break, come back. This is not, I personally, I'm going to see a new Nigeria. How, when, I don't know, but I'll keep doing my part, So, and then hopefully the whole of Africa will start to do the same thing. There's no excuse. There's no reason why we should still be agitating amongst ourselves. We will get there. We certainly will get there. We don't have a choice. We only have ourselves. Who's going to come and save us but ourselves? Nobody's coming.
I'm waiting for my Ashebi. I think APC gave you people Ashebi. You have not our own
Ashebi.
If you get that, I thought T-Pain wife give you.
You didn't get your own.
I with my own now.
But I sent yours, guys. So I mean, So you can, I mean, you're supposed to have gotten it by now. I will put your own in the mail tomorrow.
Please
That's
do.
what APC they
we
do.
we not support
They will
APC.
tell you say they will give you this, they will give
Now
you
our
this.
clothes. Now see our clothes.
Ashebi, they never sent to us. We don't know what's where Ashebi they make we so clothes. Now Christmas, I was planning that cloth for Christmas. You know.
What you want to take our soul? See, what you want to take Babariga.
Let them give me my portion. Let them give they should give Nigerians their portion. Give us the cloth now. You know, give us let me do what I want to do. If I can use it and just tie a I can use it and sleep. I can do. Let them give me my own portion. That's all I'm asking. You know, not all these things every day. I've not seen that Ashebi since they launched it too. This APC, they can deceive people. I've not seen this Ashebi. Since they launched this Ashebi, I've not seen people wear it. At least let people wear it. Let us see that. Somebody collected contracts for this Ashebi and just closed mouth. Oh, God. Nigeria is a funny state.
Is that not?
Even the farm that she's farming, have we seen anything that farm?
Oh yeah. After that, they when it shows can't do buga, they till soil for inside the place when they use cement, take cement around.
I know. Meanwhile, people are hungry. Say make you do farm, garden. Nonsense. Whenever people get the Ashebi, please remember me so I can collect my own. Let me gain something.
Abio. Anyway, this has been wonderful. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. Our one and only professor of Omoye's Corner, a prospective senator in the house. Now, so you go they give them vote to vote. Can you imagine? Imagine having somebody like Sid in the Senate office, in the Senate floor, arguing for you, fighting, wrestling. My goodness, what a day it will be. And as guy will be the chairman, Guy and Kenny, they will be now they will share biscuits. Now they go they cool temper for the Senate floor with palm wine and cola nuts. They'll say, calm down. What happened? Okay. Now they go they cool temper. Calabar Seaport will also have customers from West Cameroon, populated with Bamilekes, big importers similar to Igbo in Nigeria. It's possible. These things are achievable. We will achieve it if we put our minds to it. We will it's not something that's out of our reach. We just need to do what we got to do to get us there. Ify, my sister, now here I go hang the curtain. Now do well. Seriously, I appreciate all the takes. Babio, we hide. Sick leave. I'm telling you, can you imagine being in the Senate? Hey, Guy on Walele Kene, Seed, to be a riot. And Fabio go run, leave when I go abandon.
Honestly, it's just so sad how we have, gotten to where we are. Nobody ever, no country shows respect to us. They don't see us finish, I beg. But
maybe we need to hit the rock bottom in order for us to get to where we need to be. Sometimes sometimes it happen the way we not expect, but it's possible. We have to hit rock bottom. Unfortunately, that's what it's looking like. Because Nigeria, we're not fit to say Nigerians not trying the last election. People came out, voted. People were maimed. People were injured. Some even die in the process. So Nigerians did the best they could. But this time around, everybody knows what's at stake. I hope everybody's ready. Whichever way we're going to take it, either by election or either by whatever else that we're going to, that's going to come up as the years roll by till 2027. So yeah, it is what it is. Maybe we need to hit rock bottom for us to appreciate. Maybe you and I will not, me and you for not even know now, because for not discuss Nigerian election, I probably won't have been discussing it. You for not there yet, you for not know me, I for not know you. You understand? So in the midst of the ugliness, there's still some lessons, some light to pick out of it. So my sister, let's be hopeful though. As for me, I choose to be hopeful. Because nobody go come and follow us, help us fight them. Now we ourselves now go fight the thing, collect them. That's what it is for me
No, we
personally.
are not yet serious or more because we are still playing the race card. We are still talking about
No, I think people are starting to realize it's beyond that. There, of course, are there people that are still playing the tribal card? Yes. But also there are people who are beginning to realize that, oh my God, it's not really about the tribe, really. It's about, making this country work for everyone. People are starting to realize that.
The earlier, the better they realize it, honestly.
Yeah, people are starting to realize that, but it might not be the way that you expect all of them to realize it. But eventually they will. The bottom line is, if we can get ourselves a good country, I don't care if you're a tribalist. That doesn't even matter to me. As long as you are thriving in your tribal kingdom, and I'm thriving in wherever I am, right? That's what I care about. Because we cannot eradicate tribalism completely. Let's just be honest with ourselves. There'll be people who will still hold on to those little details. But for those people who see beyond all of that, there'll be more, and I'm beginning to see more and more of those people spring up. They're beginning to understand that, look, it's not even about Igbo, Yoruba, or whatever, wherever you come from. It's about these people are just stealing from us broad daylight. And they all come from different parts of Nigeria. They all come from, if to say now one region, now one tribe, they do them alone, go say, okay. No, every tribe is involved. Even the smallest tribe, when you just say, oh, this small tribe, they're all involved in the stealing. So it's going to be, I know it's going to get better from here. We just have to keep pushing. Guy, thank you so much. Oh. Yeah, exactly. Audacity of hope, exactly. Yeah, you go they do fuel disputes. All right, thank you so much. We'll see you again. This your hair fit you well. Enjoy. Looking fly. Since you come back from Nigeria, you're looking fly. You make Nigeria they hungry us.
Nigeria is good though.
I know. It's show for your body now.
The food is good. The people are loving. Let me tell you, even in the midst of hardship.
Yes, they still smile.
Trust me. Trust me. Forget about all these things, But
yeah,
I love that country. Even though I'm frustrated sometimes.
I know.
See, I love my country.
Of course. Look at you. You always show up here. Now, even though you're angry, you have all the lights. Not going to work. Hey, Nigeria. Hey, I say, now you there here. If you don't work, you're not going to stay here. You go just shut down your social media. Just stop back. But that shows there's the love. There's nothing you can do about it. It's your own. It's your own.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Okay. All right then. Good night. Guy, thank you very much. Yes, so bye-bye. Thank you so much, guys. Everyone that was able to join. Nwanchuku, Kene, Pius. I saw Pius earlier. Sid, our professor, our respected senator. Thank you very much. Mr. Ferreira, thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate you. Misty, my darling Misty, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Guys, I'll see you on my next one. I think I have another there's another one coming up, I want to say on Thursday. And we're going to be discussing, let me pull that up. So make it a day too, because we got work to do. No time for slowing down now. We're going to be so this topic was given to us by Guy, our brother Guy Onwanlele. He said, nothing lost, stolen power is even closer and smiling at us. Okay? And then I added strategy 4. So we're going to continue the conversations on the strategies that we need for political parties, electoral reforms, judicial reforms, whatever else we want to talk about that's going to push us further forward towards the goal. That's what we're going to talk about on Thursday. So please make sure you have your notification bells on. And if you have not yet liked, please like the video. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section for those that are going to be rewatching. And then if you have not yet subscribed, please subscribe. This matter concerns you as much as it concerns all of us. So we have a country to deliver and we cannot be slack in our duties. Thank you. At this point, I will draw the curtain. Thank you so much. And everyone have a wonderful night. Bye.